this again? Why does this keep happening? Why does this keep happening? No to that one. This is also an interesting question. Hey shroommates. We've got a guiding operation for today. I don't know why I'm wearing a headset. Did somebody try and make me... Oh, my pigtails didn't spawn. Whoa. Hello. Oh? Merch jump scare. Oh? Oh, uh-oh, is my link wrong? My Miku hair is missing? Everything is going wrong right now. At least you guys can see a new thing. My mouse isn't working, so I wonder... Oh my god, everything is going mildly strange. Hang on, give me 1 second. Oh, my mouse isn't working. Oh, my mouse isn't working. Oh, my mouse isn't working. No! What's happening? Have you ever tried to click and drag something but it doesn't actually click and drag, but it's click and dragging everything? Oh boy. Was that a bad link? Was that a not correct link? That seems like a right link. Is the Discord link wrong? Oh, you're right. That is not me. That's a me that has a different name. What? Question mark? Squiiji 3D is me. I'm Squiiji 3D. Where's the rest of my name? In that link. Bam! Now that should work. Thank you for telling me if the link is wrong. There we go. It was just like spelled incorrect. It just missed my 3D at the end of it. Just a bit of shroomy scuff to get us started here today. So you did find out my immediate struggle that I'm having, which is that my mouse doesn't do click and drag under any circumstances right now. So me trying to move my OBS window around right now is actually making me want to throw something. Yep, nope, okay, cannot, okay. Hello, try again. Nope, okay, now it's stuck. Please, for the love of God, be over here. Got it, there we go. Tech support, DG. I do kind of look like tech support. I need the tech support. I need the tech support. I need tech support. My mouse isn't working. My pigtails didn't spawn in for who knows what reason. Everything is wrong. No. Also, I was supposed to just appear here and be like, hey, shroommates, no capes. We get a leading operational quote here today from me, which is no capes. No capes on the grounds of capes. What is the point of capes for... Capes for silhouette are not fantastic. Thank you for beverage. Why do I have doubled audio also is going to be my next question. I have double Vignon audio for some reason. Okay, well, calm down. We'll do goofy eyeballs. We'll do goofy little eyes and not worry about it. Hi, shroommates. Happy Thursday. It's crazy that I streamed on Tuesday because that feels like it was 10 years ago. Thanks! I don't know why he didn't appear, but he did say it at least. I hope you could hear it. Oh, nope, it appears you couldn't hear it. One of these days, shroommates. One of these days. Where is he? Gary, what is your deal? Where are you? Oh, here he is, he's late. Thank you, Selma. Let's see. We'll try that again. Tell me if he's audible now.
Gary here, hopefully. Hope things get better though.
Thank you, Gary. I hope things get better too. No redeems for me because that's 2 out of 3. Oh wow, you're using all your redeems right out the bat here. Whoa, Big EG in the blankie. Hi, shroommates. How are you on this Thursday? Oh, blankie cannot contain my power. Blankie cannot contain my power. My arms are too big and too strong for blankie. Storm's a queen to control the wind. She can make her cape behave. Listen, okay, capes are okay when they don't wreck the silhouette. You will find out. There's no capes with like an asterisk, okay? No capes with an asterisk. So, hello, happy Thursday. We are going to be looking at Marvel rival characters. I don't know if you can hear it happening in the background right now. Is it even audible? It's not.
Gary is just having a little bit of stage fright. Also, Gary speaks using the third person.
Yes, he does. He does speak using the third person. Yeah, he can have a little stage fright as a treat. He's okay. It's tough being in front of all you sometimes. I've had a lot of time to get used to it, but he hasn't. It's only his like 3rd week on the job or something like that. He's learning. He's figuring it out. capes are bad, you'll get sucked into a jet engine. Exactly, exactly. You're gonna get sucked into Iron Man's funny little hand jet thingamabobs. It's not safe. I was so confused that we summoned a Gary boss fight. No, there's no Gary boss fight. Oh, thanks. I guess I'm back to regular height again. Doesn't look comfortable with voxel and blanket. Yeah, all my sharp corners are kind of conflicting with all of the soft edges of this blankie right now in a way that is not conducive to my well-being. Considering Marvel rival characters are heroes who are depicted with movement as their most important feature, wouldn't capes be a bonus? They can be, but they may end up in the like Genshin Impact area of 900 things moving on their back. You'll see. I don't think they need it. They have other things that are interacting with physics in a way that I think works well enough that I'm not worried about it. Anyways, I should like do like an introduction sequence here probably. Hi, I'm Squiiji. All of my polygons have been stolen. I've been reduced to a much lower polygon count. But I am here to talk about Marvel rivals today. I am not the biggest Marvel rivals knower. Or Marvel knower in general. You know, I do live in the US of A, so it is kind of impossible to go out into the outdoors and exist in the world and not collide with it in some way, shape, or form. Those Avengers movies sure took over the world in, or at least the world I live in, back in, man, like 2016 through 2020-ish or something like that. So that's the bulk of my familiarity. I think I've seen maybe a grand total of 3 Marvel movies. I've seen 2 of the Avengers ones and I saw a Thor one. That's it. I've also read a couple comics. I read an older run of Black Bolt. That man looks wacky in the recent iterations where he's in the TV show, but I know his deal. And then also, I read Spider-Man. And my Spider-Man tale was a really perplexing one. My cousin loaned me his comics for Spider-Man, and I was like, oh man, I love this kid. He's great. And then one of those movies came out on TV. I think it was the Andrew Garfield one. I was like, who the hell's this white boy? I was like, who's this white guy? I don't know who this, what did they do to Spider-Man? Because my cousin had loaned me the Miles Morales run, so I had no idea there was other Spider-Man. I was like, where's my man? This is so weird. Who is this guy? I don't like this one. I was so confused until I found out that apparently, theoretically, that is not the main, I say main, like air quote, main Spider-Man. It was very perplexing. So that's my familiarity. I did do some research, so I'm at least a little more familiar with the characters for this. For the sake of the fact that a lot of these characters, their designs are inherently hinged on the fact that we can recognize them as being iterations of their past, or I guess alternate universe selves in some way. So their recognizability is important, and paying homage to their pasts is also important. So I have to be at least aware of all of those things going on. Yeah. Oh, no shot. You didn't know who Spider-Man was? Nope. I didn't know who Spider-Man was before Morales because I don't watch that kind of stuff usually. As a kid, we were not really allowed to watch TV unless we had an equivalent amount of time spent drawing or reading or doing other things that could be counted towards it. So like if I spent an hour reading, I could spend a half an hour watching TV. And subsequently, all of my time watching TV was then spent watching, good question, mostly, I think, Trigun. I ended up mostly being anime once I was over the age of, like, 10. Oh, I'm back, hello. Crazy? Yeah, I say very kindly about myself, I live under a rock. I'm chronically offline. I feel bad. I, like, open Twitter maybe, like, once a day for, like, 5-ish minutes to see what's happening out there in the world, and then I subsequently close it. And that's really all of my check with reality. Jubby is most of my source of what goes on out there and what the current memes are and all the silliness. Because otherwise I would miss all of it. I would have never known that this game existed or was out were it not for the fact that a couple of VTubers that I watch played it. That's usually how I know what's going on in game news, is the couple of VTubers I watch play something and I'm like, it exists. We're able to redeem here multiple times? Oh, that's not correct. You shouldn't be able to do that. Hang on. I can fix that one. I know why that might be. Oh, wait. That's why I have double audio. I'm here. So, if you're noticing, you can redeem here. Please don't redeem it like 30 times per person right now while I fix it. But I had to change the limit so that way I could modify it because, as you may notice, here now comes with a funny little guy being chucked at me. He's being thrown at me. You can throw him at me. Do you hear the funny little noise he makes? Who's here? We can take roll. Yeah, there he is. Oh. Oh. Look at you. It's the Shrewmates. You're flying at me to say hi. This is how you're checking in for my class right now. The fantastic voicing of the Shrewmates was done by none other than our own Billy, who required absolutely zero direction. I said, can you voice little guys? Can you just make some funny noises for me? And Billy said, bet, and just one take, all of them, fantastic. Can we get the occasional anvil for the throw? No! You guys aren't harming me. You guys aren't harming me with that. No, you guys are just reporting that you've attended class. So here, let me take roll. We've also added a quiet here option for if you would like to just like alert the Squiiji that you are here, but you don't want to have your name called out loud, because for me at least, I don't always like having attention called to me when I am in a stream. A lot of time I'm like, I'm here to chill and to just listen in or hang out or whatever. I don't feel the need to be observed, to be noticed as existing. So I am okay with that, if that is the case. So there it is. So that is an option. I checked in for class apparently, so I am here. So let's take roll. I see Nilo, Alive to Thrive, wow, Nocturne, Bugs, Knife Wife, Dire Wolf, Calico Tux, Ox Machina. You guys redeemed it a bunch of times when it was being funny. Bleak, Bugs, Bugs again, Rex, Selma. You guys redeemed it a bunch when it was working. Kind of funny. Venol, Aether, Lance, it's Vortex, Nilo, Mythic. Nilo, how did you redeem it like 7 times? But anyways, hello. I'm glad you guys are here. YouTube fellas, who is here? I see Arsa, Callie, Silly Silky Sally, Blaze Lighter, Soul Kingdom, Nameless Drifter. Hello, I see you checking in. Is this the equivalent of chugging a marker at your professor when you walk in? Kind of. You guys are just like flying through the door and into your seats, essentially, is what's happening. Also, how dare you make me put my winter outfit on right now? I'm sweating. You're gonna make me sweat out here in this warm climate now. It's too warm. It's too warm. Data San, thank you for following too. YouTube brethren, hello. Yes, yes. Say hello to your classmates that are in the other classroom. Also, but I do kind of want to lock in and get to what we're doing today, because there's a lot of designs that I would like to get to if we can. I kind of want to be a little bit succinct today. I'm in a little bit of a off Squiiji kind of day. I had one of those like questionable amounts of sleep nights last night. It was okay. Honestly, I probably could have used this getup last night. I was freezing. It's April. It's like in the 60s outside, but I was in bed last night. Joby is visiting some friends. I'm in bed going in my like long flannel pants, my long sleeve shirt, and then I put on a giant Joby sweatshirt, and I was still cold. I had to like dig out another extra blanket, and I just took so long to fall asleep as a result. So if I'm a little low energy today, please forgiveth me. But as a result, we're gonna lock in, because I got a lot of thoughts here. I also realized that, oh man, there's like too many windows I have to juggle right now, because Marvel Rivals is another game like Genshin where I can't game capture it. Because as we're going to see, I actually have the game installed. I already had the game installed prior to this. I've played a single day's amount of playing the game with Billy like a couple-ish months ago. Well, actually not months, maybe like weeks? Not super recently, but there we go. Okay, back to my usual getup. Not enough to have a main, just because it is not the kind of game that I am good at, and it's the kind of game that just stresses me out. Not gonna lie, I kind of wanted to cry. I'm not a competitive person, and we were playing with like a full stack, and everyone was really nice and very supportive and kind, which is the only thing that was between me and just crying. Where are my pigtails? Where are my cute Miku pigtails? Why are they not working? Why aren't they toggling? Oh, I know why they're not toggling. It's because they're named improperly. That's okay. I can manually fix it. There we go. Miku, Miku, ooh-wee-oo. It's just, I get so stressed out playing competitive games because I'm not a competitive person and I really have bad reaction speed just as like a person. And that game, no one told me that I could just click and hold to attack. So I had to like spam the button, and I have a wrist injury. So I ended up also in astronomical pain by the end of it. And then someone was like, oh, you could just press and hold the button. And I was like, but it's okay. This is why we play Rocket and just hold right click. So I played Jeff because as a person, I'm kind of a support, but unfortunately I think that's also what led to me also wanting to cry, was that you enter any area as Jeff and you just get targeted by every single enemy in the room and just murdered immediately. I didn't really get to play the game, if I'm being so honest. They would just focus me and they would chase me. It would be like, you know, I'm with like 4 other people that are my whole team. And every single other person on the other team would be attacking me. So that was not especially fun. I should just try playing other characters maybe, but I'll give it another shot another time. But this, you know, today is not about playing the game. Today is about talking about the character designs in the game, because I think that that is one of the reasons why this game is doing as well as it is, and why it became so popular, because we gotta be honest, is it much more than an Overwatch clone? So I'm not sure that it is, just from my gameplay in it, my time playing it. It seems, you know, hero shooter. Like, I don't think it's doing much in the way that's groundbreaking inherently in mechanics in any way, shape, or form. But, you know, as being a hero shooter, it is a very character-driven game, and their designs is partially, I think, what's driving people to play it. And secondarily, one of the other things to note is that the characters are all available at start, at release. You don't have to buy characters, as far as I'm aware. You don't have to buy them. So the way that the company is generating revenue is through battle pass, emotes, and skins. So therefore they get a little bit more freedom in their designing process, because they don't have to sell the character themselves individually, at least not their base design. So it does, yeah, cash from consumables and stuff like that, yeah. So it gives them a little more freedom to work within the confines they already have. The confines being the fact that, wow! The confines being the fact that they do have to reference other iterations of these characters and make them still clearly, distinctly be recognizable as who they are in and of themselves. And I would tell you, I guess just as like my step 1 of first impressions, is that my first impression when I was playing the game was that I actually had a really hard time identifying who a bunch of the characters were. One part through unfamiliarity, but second part just because they move so fast that I couldn't see who they were very clearly, and then secondly because there's a lot of overlap in silhouettes. Some of the silhouettes are fantastic and really stand out and really distinct, no trouble whatsoever. But I think there may be, I might be wrong, maybe a character base being used for a lot of the characters, where a lot of the dudes, like specifically I think it's Hawkeye and Bucky, have like the exact same physique, and other than I think Squirrel Girl, a lot of the girls have like pretty much the exact same proportioning from what it looked like. I had a hard time visually identifying the difference between, what is her name, Dagger and the Black Widow, just based in silhouette, I believe. And then yeah, also same with Invisible Woman. They've got kind of distinct hair. Yeah, trying to figure out if Invisible Woman or Dagger is striking. Yeah, so for a game where you should be able to identify who a character is at a distance, so you know how to have a counter strategy prepared for them, that might not be working to their benefit. So these are just some general thoughts we have stewing about the game, just from my previous experiences, because I do like to come into these talks able to provide you my, you know, first impressions, my unfiltered thoughts, you know, being somebody who is coming to it for a first time or very early in, because in a lot of ways that's what matters most to games is, you know, you're picking up your audience, you need to make sure you're managing to appeal in some way and managing to make your game work in some way for people who are new to whatever series it is, making it potentially possible for new players to step in and find interest and find little things that grab them and drag them in and really make them want to play. And I'm sure there are those things. I'm immune to about a third of them because I'm asexual, so that won't work on me. So you gotta get me with the character design. That's why we're here today. So we will absolutely be getting into it. One woman models the base for Psylocke and Dagger, I think. So yeah, we'll take a closer look once we get in there. So first, I'm going to do some teleportation magic. I'm gonna have a little bit of a funky time juggling windows today, I'm supposing, because I put you over here, which then covers my notes. I have notes. I always have notes when I do these. I need my notes because I gotta make sure I stay on track. But the reason I need notes is because we're actually doing things slightly different than sometimes, which is that we'll screen this please so I can select my scene. There we go. Yippee. The game launched right now because the designs for these characters are based off some really nice 2D art, but as we'll see in some of the later characters, there's some pretty distinct differences between... Oh, here, I forgot I have to do this so I can write boundaries. Some pretty distinct differences between in-game models and the illustrations, where they're mostly pretty on model. The art direction, I will say, is pretty fantastic, and this is not a situation of, oh man, they really went for the wet dog on the 3D model. No, they spent their time in 3D modeling. They put their time into development there, and I'm very relieved to see it. The shaders are very nice, but I feel like we do need to do a little bit of rotating around them to get the full effect, and some of them, you would not believe how hard it is to find a clean, PNG of. Cloak and Dagger, all of the transparent renders of them are 600 pixels. So I am using the game itself because you can look at all the characters and their skins. I don't need to see this intro, unless we really must. Hello, Fantastic Four. Hello, girly. Actually, I'm not going to show it just because I believe some of it is slightly maybe not as appropriate for us. There's some slightly more mature things that happen in this game a little bit sometimes. Potato of the Devil, thank you for following. Oh, of the Devi? Thank you for following. Sorry, the words are very far away from me and I'm not wearing my glasses. Linkstar, also thank you. This came across my dash. NetEase is releasing a hero every month on its Season 3 launch on April 12th. NetEase? Is that the company that is managing this? I'm not super familiar. Here, we can open up our characters. I'll just get him here. He's ready. Captain America is prepared. Oh, I'll have to shift this over so that we can see him properly. Give me this. Move you over. There we go. Good. So, first, before we do that, we're gonna go over my criteria. Oh, poor Rubric-chan got her eyes blocked. We're gonna go over criteria and some disclaimers. Oh, we're also in an ad break. We'll be okay. So, Rubric. You guys know and love the Rubric. We've got some lovely Rubric-chan art today by Zany Feathers. This is our humanization of the Rubric. Our categories that we grade based on for character designs in our attempts at being objective are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept and motifs, and historically we can give bonus points, but we have never done so for game characters. So, in order to get full points in the color palette category, you need to have a palette that is cohesive and interesting, well executed, should have contrast that works well from a distance, should likely be using the 60-30-10 rule for color hierarchy, all of those good things. The palette, if it has instances of low contrast, of clashing, or things like that, no points. For silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable. This and color become very important in games like this, where we have to recognize, enemy players at a distance. So if these two categories are not working out, then there's going to be a problem in the gameplay as a result of it. The silhouette will get no points if it is blob-like in nature, if you've bullet head, where the head goes straight into the shoulders with really no outward edge distinction. We don't usually have this, but we're gonna have it a couple times today, potentially. Warning. Usually anime does not suffer this. But man, superheroes, I don't know what the deal is. Why do we have to do sleek things on the skull? It's not fantastic for silhouette. It makes you really generic and look like you're bald in silhouette. We'll get there. For complexity and clarity, the model should be well balanced and the details should support the focal point without becoming overwhelming. There is a mishmash of success in this category throughout Marvel Rivals. I feel that some of the character designs are pared down enough that they work quite well, where they have enough detail that makes them interesting, but they're not too... they're not too detailed, but there's some of them that are really detailed in a way that I feel like takes away from them, unfortunately, and ends up being kind of distracting. So it's kind of half and half. What's wrong with bald? Nothing is wrong with bald, but you'll see when we get to this game. The issue with bald in this game is not that it's bald, it's that the head and the neck are the exact same width, and there's nothing providing any variety in the top parts of a couple characters. It's fine if you have one of them in a game, but if you have a bunch of them, then it just becomes a little hard to differentiate. Or you just gotta give them different shape language if they're gonna be bald. There's no problem being bald, you just gotta make them look different, right? Literal meat heads. Yeah, they may be taken that way. Masculine ideals of North America from the 80s, long hair, too frou-frou. Yeah, well, yeah, so we'll see a couple where the heads just look a little odd. Bald for aerodynamics. Yes, they are going to be really smooth for aerodynamics, but my question is, why do you have to be aerodynamic? You're flying through the sky, I guess. But in the modern day, do we still have to be aerodynamic? I feel like it doesn't make sense for everybody to have to be that way. But, so that was silhouette. Hang on. Reading complexity versus clarity. Focal points. Focal points should be well executed and visible from a distance. In the case of this game, I can see a case being made for the fact that the parts of a character that are being used to attack you are okay to be the focal point, because that is usually what, as a player, you're gonna need to keep your eye on. So like, the fact that we've got Cap here and it's like, all right, if I'm gonna make a guess based on where all the red's located, he's gonna throw his shield at you and he's probably gonna punch you in the mouth and maybe kick you. That's where all the red is. But as a result, as just a character, unfortunately, it takes us a long time to get to his face or the face of many other characters because they've done this. So it's kind of like a give and take. There's a way to balance it, but focal point should be head for headshot. I mean, for a headshot, yes, it should be. And it kind of ends up being that way when we take the rest of the body out of the equation, but I still feel like there's a balance to be struck between make the parts of the character that are going to be doing the attacking and therefore important focal, but this is a character-driven game. We should be forming that connection with the character just by first glance looking at him. And I'm looking at you, Cap, and it takes me so long to get to your face. So we'll get there. we'll get there. Honestly, this is actually a pretty decent setup here, having him just do his little animation while we just have the rubric pulled up here until I need to do some paint over. We'll get there. And then final category is concept and motifs. The concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. What does this mean? This means that I should be able to look at a character and determine what their whole shtick is. Do you have an occupation? What world do you live in? In the case of this game, what era are you from? What is your backstory? What type of gameplay does your character have? These are all things that would be very nice and helpful to be able to visually identify looking at a character's design. We'll see if that's always the case. We'll see if we're capable of doing that. And then on top of that, for this game specifically, a lot of other games don't have to worry about it, but this game is iterating on top of pre-existing designs, where for their concepts to work, we need to be able to see them and go, ah, that's so-and-so, just by looking at them. Despite the fact that they are new permutations, and some of them are actually quite different from previous iterations, they should still be recognizably who they were historically in some way, shape, or form. I'm still wearing my Miku pigtails. I was talking to Billy about this last night. Most characters should have like a thing or two that are their defining character traits that you can get rid of and change everything else about them, but as long as you keep those two or one of those two things, you can still tell it's them. Miku. Pigtails. You give her pigtails, it's Miku. Or you give her blue hair, it's Miku. If you change both of those things, it's not Miku. But if you have one of those things, we can tell that's who it is. And a lot of these characters have something, or had something, that was their thing, and we'll see if they keep it, because I think that is what is going to play a large role in whether or not we can visually discern that they still are the person that they are. Miku's teal or green. She can be, there's a whole range of color Miku can be. Miku can be, like, if I grab this, Whoop! Actually, I'm not gonna do that. That actually breaks my scene if I do that. We're not gonna do that. Miku can be anything that is like from the blue to teal through a little bit of green range, yes. Miku is cyan. She can be cyan. She can be whatever she wants. So like, E.G. is mushroom and hating cults. That is part of my concept, mayhaps. My concept is that I am a mushroom and I'm an educator. But I'm an educator who looks like a student. That's my concept. That's my goal. I look just professional enough that you'll listen to me, but not so professional that you won't see me as a colleague. That's my concept. Right now, it's me with pigtails, though. Now I see Captain Miku America. We could put some good Miku pigtails on him. Maybe we can girl bossify them like we did for the characters in Honkai Star Rail. Actually, the song says blue hair, blue tie, hiding in your Wi-Fi. Miku can be one of those colors in your heart. She'll be okay. Yeah, so those are our categories. Let's see, did I miss anything also? I might have missed a couple things. Oh, disclaimer, my big disclaimer, big always EG disclaimer. Hi, it's me, I'm really close to you. I am Squiiji, I'm a freelance artist, also a fun guy, but I teach character design in part of my day job, or taught, right now I'm on break from it. But this is just one character designer's thoughts about these designs on these characters. I am not the end-all be-all. If you don't like what I have to say, you are welcome to fight me in the comments. Just do so politely. Also, if we do not get to a character that you hope I would, you are welcome to leave me a comment, because we will come back next week and I pull from the comments to figure out who we're going back for. Because there's more characters in the game than I can realistically get to in 2 streams, because I am slow. Squiiji's just short, but it's okay. I am short. It is okay. You're right. It's fine. Leave me be. Don't throw hands at me. Throw hands at me in the comments on YouTube if you really must. But anyways. Oh, wait, did I get all my things? Let's see. Did I get all my bits that I needed to get? Yep, got the defining traits. Yep, it's not a gacha game. We went over that. Oh, one of the things also that I think is interesting to note about the characters in this game is that they added characters to their roster that are not especially huge in general public consciousness also, which I appreciate that they did, because to me it shows that they're not afraid to take risks, and also that there are no characters that are inherently off the table. Like, a lot of the characters in here were not household names before this game came out. Like, I knew who Jeff was prior, but Jeff was like one of those ones where, if you've seen a couple iterations of some of the shows or comics, you'll be familiar with him, but like now everybody knows who Jeff the Landshark is. People thought he was cute before, but like he's bigger than ever. Same with a bunch of the other ones, so we'll get there. Oh, 3D game based on 2D concept art. It's pretty one-to-one for the most part, and I think they did a fantastic job taking those 2D designs and making them 3D. As a 3D modeler myself, I know how rough that goes. I know the struggles of all of it. I think their shaders are fantastic and beautiful, but I think there's still some room for improvement in some of the characters, so we'll get there. Also, not perfect, but they're pretty good. And let's see, was there anything else I was missing before we start? No, I think that was it. Other than the fact that I did get to go through very briefly most of the characters with Billy last night, just so that I could kind of develop a little bit of thoughts about them with somebody who knows a bit more about the series than I do. Billy's been playing it quite a bit, and also is much more aware of what goes on in Marvel. If you're not familiar with Billy, Billy's one of my mods. Billy's also a 2D animator, and I was able to develop and workshop some of my thoughts on some of the characters with Billy last night, which was also very helpful. Oh, you redeemed merch and nothing happened. Why are all my redeems broken today? Everything has to be evil to me today for some reason. Psylocke really won the Marvel Rivals lottery. Oh, yes, she did. Some of them really did win the lottery by being included in here, and they're good. Merch sold out? False. Merch is still here and available if you want it. Don't worry, merch did not sell out. I don't know why the redeem didn't do anything, though. I'll figure out why everything is evil. Probably after stream. Luna Snow's from a mobile game. We are talking about her today, so we will get there, yeah. Also, Jenny, thank you for following. Anyways. Yeah, Spingy is working, don't worry. That one doesn't break. Some of my props ones have broken today, and I'm not sure why. Also, my closed captions aren't working. We'll figure it out. But But first, locking in, we have Mr. Captain America himself. I am doing a mixture today of characters that are ones that I was familiar with in advance, and to me are sort of the household name ones, you know, your Avengers main cast, plus some characters that I got very cold reads on last night who I'd never seen before. Despite actually even having played the game once, I still had no clue who they were. So we'll have a mixture of that. And I thought starting out with Captain America would be a good place to start, because we'll find that a lot of these designs are either going to be my favorite iterations of a character, or ones that I end up feeling are kind of meh, kind of mid, kind of feels like needed a little bit more work in the draft room, perhaps, to get there. And Captain America is one of the ones I'm kind of in between on. So, yeah. So, concept, America. America! Woo! Can't miss that one! Boy, he's got it in the color palette. He's got the blue and the red and the white and stripes on his side, which are the flag stripes, and his star. I'd see it. There you go. America! Yeah, where's my eagle screech? Which isn't actually an eagle screech, I'll have you know. It's a red-tailed hawk screech. They throw the entire US of A at the enemy. Yeah, I'm gonna throw the entire country at you. Yeah. So, we're also, oh, I also didn't mention, we are, in a strange move, also going to end up looking at a couple of the skins, because for some of them, I feel like the skins end up solving a problem that is in their base design, sort of the way that happened in Reverse 1999, but for some of them, it does the opposite, where their default skin is their strongest skin to me, and then their other iterations are like, ooh, what was the thought on that one? Did we spend enough time in the drafting room on that one? There's a variety of thoughts to be had here, so we'll get in there. Only is 1 star, actually, Captain Puerto Rico. Hell yeah, man, Captain Puerto Rico. So, concept, America, I see it. For gameplay, which is a part of his concept, he's got the shield, and from his animations, we're kind of surmising that he's doing some throwing and maybe a little bit of stomping, some punching, kind of stuff. It checks out. Punching, kicking, he's a physical type character. Seems like he's gonna be a little bit of melee and ranged, so that works for me. Otherwise, in his concept, he is a leader. I know this about him, I know this to be true. He has a big letter on him. That usually ends up being what that denotes in superheroes. I know a lot of them have letters, but he's got it on his hat, and he is the captain. So I'll give him that, maybe. Yeah, I guess he could also be Captain Texas, also. So concept-wise, he works for me. I don't think you could look at this if you have any amount of familiarity with pop culture and say, that's not Captain America. It's quite clearly Captain America. You can see it. So, as far as concept goes, not worried about it. Hi, Lloyd! Captain Alphabet. We're just saying A-words now. He can be whatever he wants. He can be Captain Alphabet, Captain Alcohol, Captain Alcatraz, Captain... what are other A-words? Appy sauce. Whatever he wants. Imagine red, white, and blue applesauce. What is it? It's like strawberry and blueberry? That'd be good. Yeah, so, Cap, but more techie. Which does make me wonder if, you know, this specific time period he's existing in is more future than ours is. I know that there's characters from a variety of time periods in this game, especially their designs are from a variety of time periods. So, future Cap, okay, I see. So I guess that makes sense, correct? Okay. The more tech-based elements in his design are telling me that he's a little more future-oriented than he used to be. Can I zoom in on him here? Oh, I kinda can. Can I zoom in on his legs, please? No. Zoom in on legs? No? False? Nope. Okay, cannot. That's okay. We can zoom in on his legs here. Why's my man got Gundam legs? He's got like Gundam shins, which I think is kind of silly. He does kind of have the Iron Man upgrade. He's a little more techy. I don't mind it, but he ends up looking a little bit more robotic than ends up feeling fantastic to me for this character, because his whole thing isn't it that he has superhuman strength. He shouldn't need mechanical things reinforcing that. Him being armored will make sense, because he's still got to be wearing protective clothing and all that, but he still feels like he's being further enhanced, I guess, but it may be for lore. Need ankle support when you're carrying 200 pounds in muscle. I guess that's fair, and he does seem like he may have a little Tony Stark glowy wrist object happening, so maybe it is lore-based that this is happening. I wish he'd stop making noises. All that rustling noise is distracting me so much. The gloves specifically are magnets for the shields. Oh, so is that why they're glowing in blue? Glowing in the same color as the shield is glowing in. It's telling us that it's using the same technology to draw it into it. I guess that would make sense. Maybe he just wants to look cool. Okay. He may want to look cool, and you know, that's fine. He can look cool. Color palette mostly works for me. I like that there's variety in his color palette, where you've got a different gray tone in his shoes than is in the black of his pants and in the little bit of his abs. Got a couple of different tones in the blue of his chest guard. You see how there's color depth here? If I zoom in here, you can't see it as quite, maybe as clearly as you do with the shader, but it isn't just one blue. It transitions into more purple tones. It gets warmer in undertone in the shadows and then gets cooler in the highlights. Very good color depth. It makes it really interesting, makes him feel less flat. So, and it's also, you know, taking some of these elements that were happening in the 2D art and translating them in a very nice way. So that works for me. So just for his Bluetooth and built-in Wi-Fi. Yeah, these are just his headphones, so we can listen to his gamer music while he's playing. It's like, the headphones they put in when you, like motorcycle helmets. Yeah. Glowing tells enemies where to strike to disarm him. That would also make sense, unfortunately. Hi, Aaron. Yeah, so they are, I guess, the points to focus if you are an enemy. But for the colors, I don't really have any complaints for him, other than the fact that focally, it takes me a long time to get to his face. His face is using a higher level of detail in the rendering. If we zoom in, you can see there's a lot more brushwork happening in his face, but it's much less high contrast than in his more metallic clothing. And I think they're banking on that contrast, making us come in here to look at him in the face, but unfortunately, red is just such a high chroma color that I really just end up going wham, wham, wham. I guess I can do it here with my pointer. Weep, whop, whoop, whop. Oh, hello? Oh, I've been raided. There's owls. Hello, shroommates. Rotate at them. Rotate at the owls. Make them, wait, we can mimic you owls. Look, I can be an owl too. Hi, I'm Squiiji, freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. And today we're talking about the designs of the fellas of Marvel Rivals. Whoa, yeah. Wookie, welcome in. How was your stream? I hope it was well. I'll get you a shout out situation. Also, thank you for following. Oh, there we go, full spin. Hell yeah. How was it? I hope it was well. It was good. What were you up to? What were you doing? Emotes are gone. Oh no, Nyla, why are emotes gone? I see that you still have your little shroomate there, invisible. That's so strange. Why is that happening? Whoops, hang on. There we go. Got it. I was playing some War Thunder for event and fun. Oh, hell yeah. My partner is very into War Thunder. Jubby, my partner, loves War Thunder. What is your country? What is your... I don't know what the event is that's going on right now, but was it good? Was it fun? What kind of, what is your country and what is your, what's what I'm looking for, division, question mark? World War I event. Are you planes or are you tanks or are you somehow boats? No, and here's a word they say, is I'm every gone, are you feeling numb? What are we singing? Are we singing? But if you and your fellows need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourselves. Look after yourselves. You want to stick around and hang out and hear my thoughts on the Marvel Rival character designs? You are welcome to hang out. Playing a lot of UK planes and French tanks lately. I see. I am Italian planes and Italian tanks because the Italians have the funny little tiny tank. I don't know what any of the things are called. You'll find this about me. I haven't played the game enough to know what things are called. I just like the funny little tank. He's so cute and little. And I play support for my partner who plays as Russian and I think US usually. Yeah, Italy's great. Italy is great. Specifically in the tanks, yeah, EG size tank. Did you expect anything less from me? I don't know what that one's called, but I'm small. I'm only 5 centimeters tall. But I'm glad you had a good time. Hope the event was well. But we are locked in. Looking at things here. Oh, what was that? There was a noise. Oh, Zephromancer, thank you for following. I got like doubled shroom sound for some reason. Close it, reopen it. Wait, EG has a tank? Oh yeah, I have a tank And a gun. You're never safe from me. I have an armored tank, and I'm just gonna like peek out the top of it and go, pew, 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 pew. I just play as a scout for my partner, mostly. Anyways, back to focusing. Uh-oh, what happened in YouTube chat? View delete. There was, oh, Aaron, I'm so sorry. Why, Moobot, that's not a link, that's Diva. I saw someone say that they went into this game thinking Penny Parker would be the diva of the game, only realized it was actually Hulk. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean by that. Moobot, that's cruel of you. Made Cap's shield either magnetic or attached to a tractor beam of some sort. Yeah, it kind of is. Dedicated tank. Yeah, dedicated tank. Armed fungus horses. You'll see. I will see. I'll see. I'll see, I guess, what you mean by that. But anyways, Cap. I should have been already going through some of the categories because for the most part for him, I don't have complaints. His color works a-okay for me, really without any change. He's got good proportioning, so I'm not worried. For his silhouette, this is where we get into some of the things that I don't like so much, unfortunately, which is that kind of hard to tell when he's moving. But if I take this one and just go like this and clip a dark color to him and give him a silhouette, other than his little ear wings, this is not discernibly Captain America. I mean, with his shield, maybe it would help, but I could look at this and be like, is that Thor? Because Thor also has the things. Yeah, it could just be a Lord of the Rings orc, maybe? Is this Batman? Like, who is this? Generic macho man. They did not if they're gonna give him armor, exaggerate it so that it gives us more silhouette. Yeah, it could pass as Wolverine, could pass as Ultron. That's a problem. The Flash, Harvey Birdman, yeah, he could be any number of those characters, and that is a problem. Add one circle and we peak design. I mean, here's the sad thing. I mean, I guess if we go like, hang on, if I go like this, okay, I guess it's Captain America now, but like, his actual design itself is just so lacking in variety and his external edges. Cap in general does not have fantastic silhouette, period, unfortunately. Like, when we look at him in the MCU, he doesn't have the best. But at that point in time, they found it to be more important to have his hair be a part of the silhouette and have that try and help support it some. And like, my thought is if we're gonna go for like, oh, big glove that's calling the shield back, why couldn't we have made this like landing area maybe bigger so that it impacts the silhouette more? Or, I don't know, he's got this shoulder armor. Why does the shoulder armor all lay so in line with his muscles where instead it could potentially like stick up and out off him more? Theoretically, that would require them not giving that treatment to somebody else also, but you could also give him, I don't know, like star motifs that go into his silhouette maybe a little bit more, where, I don't know, it seems like with the wings on his hat, they're trying to give focus that he is not just a strong character, but maybe he is also potentially a fast character. So we could give him some of those like wing pointed shaped things on like his legs or something too. We might accidentally make him too close to the Flash doing that still too. Wings on his hips. Just give him, repeat that motif somewhere else and repeat the star motif somewhere else. The star motif right now feels underutilized to me, where it only appears in one spot. And the wings also only appear in one spot too. If we repeat them, we may be able to differentiate his silhouette a little better. Flash, I think, has his on his ankles, but I'm not sure. Hi, Ronin. I'm getting jump scared by my mushrooms appearing now. Maybe the anchor points on his hands could be star-shaped. Yeah, like, I feel that right now, the motif is being underutilized, which makes it not feel so much like it's a motif in the first place. And honestly, we could just make this entirely bigger too, but I'm just cutting this out. Because that would make him feel more like himself. And like, you know, the glow of this can probably extend out past where it is, so that way you get these like light rays that become part of the silhouette where he's not holding his hand in front of him. But even when he has his hand not in front of him, like he is up there, it's still not a ton. Should have a great time talking mess about Cap. We are. He's okay. I'm not impressed. His colors are good. His silhouette is kind of distinctly meh. Different versions that resemble Bald Eagle somehow. Memorable design, though, stood the test of time better than the Star-Spangled Heroes. That's true. He did definitely stand the test of time, which I can give him credit for. And he is definitely one of those designs where, like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it to some degree. But I fear that, you know, in a game where they're taking some of the characters that had designs that were generally maybe a little lackluster and taking them and cranking them up a level, I feel like they could have done more for him to do the same. Right? We'll get to Hawkeye later, but I feel like the treatment for Hawkeye made him less generic in a beneficial manner in some ways. I've got thoughts about him too, eventually. We'll get there. That's in today. But more repetition of motif, because it's not really a motif if it's not repeating to some degree. Give him more wings somewhere else, maybe. I don't know. His shoulders, his hips, his ankles, something like that. Don't you hate it when your motif is blah, 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 blah. Designer's not brave enough. I think designers are brave enough in other areas, though, that they definitely could go for it. I wouldn't be surprised if they went for it based on seeing some of the interesting choices they've made with other characters. Oh, hi, Greebach! Been out of the comics for a long time. Don't know if Psylocke's design is new in the game or current, but I really like it. I think I've heard that it's new. It's partially new. It's referencing a specific run that is relatively recent from what I have heard. Just give him full-fledged wings on his back. I mean, you don't have to make him fly, but, like, you could give him, I don't know, more wing motif somewhere. I don't have, like, a fully fleshed out solution for this man, because we're just talking about the things that what is here, and I'm not, my attempt here is not to fix him. I don't know if I always make that clear enough when we're doing these. I'm not trying to fix these characters. So any little bits of paint over I do are just me trying out ideas, but I don't have definitive solutions to things. Yeah, wings on back would make it seem like he could fly, but I don't think that would be the right move for him. I just think he might need a little bit more of that wing motif, a little bit maybe repetition of the star. I just need something in his silhouette. Like, please. Please give me more silhouette for this man. So for that reason, his silhouette is like all the way down here for me. Honestly, if it weren't for the wings, I'd probably give him a 0. I'll give him a half point for his silhouette. This is a pretty low one. Ankles, he's fast. I fear with ankles, they'll be like, oh, he looks like the Flash. Like the stripes on his ribs, but it's a shame it's covered by his giant arms 90% of the time. Yeah, like, my man, I see you standing here right now, but I cannot see him. Oh, hi, Gear. Thank you for the bits. When Captain America throws his when Captain America throws his mighty shield, all forces that oppose must yield. If there was a tune you wanted me to sing that to, I'm not familiar with it, but thank you for the bits. Star shield could have been cool. Yeah, the star could have been more integrated into the design on the shield itself too. But it's okay, it's okay. Stripy wings that look like stripy American flag, that'd be funny. Maybe. It's from How It Should Have Ended, very old reference. Oh, I'm not familiar with that one. So for him, his focal points, we talked about it for a minute. I am not mad that his focal points are on his hands and his shield and his legs. Those are the parts of his body he's using to attack us as players. However, we should eventually land on his face, and his head ends up being so not focal for me. I end up on the star in his chest, everywhere before his face. So complexity versus focal points, he's like here for me. It could go either way. It's not terrible. If I were not considering him in the context of the way this game is played, I probably would have given him a 0. But in the context, I gotta give him some points for it, okay? Oh, ladder? You know, that's true. We didn't really do a ladder. I can give him a ladder. We can do what is called a ladder test to see whether or not there's an interesting distribution of details vertically along his character, where we draw a rung every time there is a major point of contrast, whether it be an object starting or ending, something changing color, things like that. I think he's gonna be fine. I think we'll find that in a lot of more like cartoon type games, they tend to break characters up into more big shapes and have more variety, so they end up passing without me having to consider it for too long or too much. Ladder, I wouldn't know if I'd call this ladder climbable. I don't know if I'd call it climbable. It doesn't have a crazy amount of variety, but these rungs are all different in their spacing. I can climb it easily. Okay, you guys, I think, just want to clown on Cap at this point. We gotta be honest. This is on the more climbable end, but this is not an ankle breaker. I know this isn't an ankle breaker, but it is not, I would not say it's climbable. Because what we're looking for is variety. And, you know, if maybe this line was right here, and then there was another line, like we didn't have a line here, either of these, then it would be. But we're looking for clustering of lines. We have line clustering up around the head, which is good. It's fine. This is a fine ladder that this was a climbable ladder. If it was like this, that'd be climbable. This is a climbable ladder missing a couple rungs, which is the thing that saves it. Yeah. A little hop from the third rung. I think you guys just want to clown on Cap. That's what I think. No Cap. But... Oh, I didn't give him off the top of his head either. But I think it's fine. I'm not inherently super worried about it. Oh, was that on the layer where I'd made changes? Whoops. Did I put this on the layer where I'd drawn stuff? I did. Good work, EJ. That's okay. So, it's okay. Complexity versus clarity. With a lot of the characters that have been taken in a slightly more tech direction because they're more future-based, I am not always on board the level of detail. He ends up sitting in sort of the happy medium for me, where he does have some details. If you look at, like, his arms, thank you for holding your arm up for me, he's got some detail work. But none of it feels inherently overwhelming to me. It feels like just nice little bits of flavor that describe the type of materials that we're looking at. It's not overwhelming tech patterning, or what do they call it, greebles? Like they do on all the ships in Star Wars. Not overwhelming in the greeble category or any of that kind of stuff. But it is at least enough that makes it not overwhelming. And yeah, the normal pants do help. They break up the texture. All of these tiny little details all over in the chest are nicely balanced by the fact that his pants are pretty much one smooth shape, other than the little bit of rendering happening for his crazy, ridiculous, insane thigh muscles. Yeah. Oh, bye, Red. Enjoy your cooking. I think you said, or what? Yeah, I gotta cook. Enjoy your cooking. Thank you for hanging out. Not gonna lie, the detail work from Marvel Rivals is so good. I agree. The shader is really nice. It is fantastic. I cannot tell exactly how they're doing everything, but I think it's some hand-painted stuff and some shader work. It's nice. Just the normal person characters from the 2099 timeline, so get ready to see the tech stuff a lot. Yeah, we'll get there. And yes, the belt does seem kind of useless to me. I guess this is like some sort of holster right here you could slip something into. More so, maybe it is just holding his pants up. I am not sure. But complexity versus clarity, he is one of the characters that I'm not worried about in this category. He's doing okay. Weep. Concept and motifs. It's Captain. We can't really say anything otherwise about it. We cannot deny the inherent recognizability of this guy. We'll recognize him. And then the tech stuff tells us that he's a little bit more future-based than maybe the more common iteration that we see of him was. Do I know he's a leader by looking at him? It's so hard to separate the bias of already knowing, but I guess. And then I can tell what his gameplay is by looking at him. Like, he looks like a melee type character, so, or at least melee with a little bit of ranged. So, it's got a kind of all over the place spread here. Captain England, not quite. If you would have met him back in like the 1500s or 1600s, he may have been Captain England, but not right now. He's kind of all over the place here. 2, 4, 6, 7.5. That's kind of mid for this game. We'll get to some of the other ones later that get much higher scores, but 7.5 for this game out of 10? Slightly mid. I feel like there could have been a little bit more iterating done for him, where we could have spent a little more time in the draft room cooking up that silhouette a little better, but what can you do? But, fast quick, we can look at his other versions. This is the one that I thought I'd be like, this is the one I recognize. Whoa. Do we have to watch an animation for every skin? Oh boy. Did I skip it? Maybe not. This is his Avengers skin. This has a little more silhouette from his shield being just attached to his arms. Oh, why is my tablet flickering? But still, once again, they did not exaggerate his shoulder pads or any of the elements that could really make his character have very distinct silhouette. But he is, man, is this man wide. Man, is he wide. The muted colors do make his head pop a lot more, though. So this is doing better things for his silhouette, but it's not doing everything, or doing better things for his focal point, but not for his silhouette, yeah. His cap is known as Nomad in the comics, soldier with no nation. I see. Because Steve's hair is supposed to be blonde. I think what they're trying to do here, and you'll see this, I think, with most of the characters, is that they're making them resemble the character they are in whatever the live action may be, but not so close that they're going to have to pay royalties to the actor. I think that is going to be the case, where this is not meant to be a one-to-one Chris Evans by any means, because then they'd have to pay him. And I don't think they want to pay him. But Chris Evans is kind of still, like, dirty blonde, almost brunette. So, it's okay. But, like, this is fine. I still recognize this as being Captain from the star and the blue. It's not as, maybe, nostalgic for us. The focal point works better. Silhouette still works just about as well, maybe. This one is crazy, because this, to me, really got a look for me to be like, that's Cap. This is just a different guy. This is a different guy. This is a different man. This is just, yeah, Thor, question mark, different guy. Playing this game with this skin against me, I'd be really confused. Yeah, Thor, He-Man, if we're asking these questions, it's not reading as Iron Man, which is not to say that we should not be having fun with taking characters down different paths and, you know, attempting different things to figure out, you know, fun ways of implementing different eras and all of that stuff. We love creativity, but I feel like he's gotten lost. Captain America, he's America? Question mark? But now he's a gladiator, so now he's in a different continent and from a different place? Question mark? I like that they play around with the skins, but this is not recognizably him for me. So on the concept basis, not fully there. Star on the belt, guys. Wear the star on the belt. He's got an A on his belt, so you can tell he's an Avenger. He's Captain America. Flip Studio Windows flashing. Give me a headache. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know why it's flashing. Is it not flashing now? No, it's still flashing. Why is it flashing? I noticed that it was doing that. Whoops, spoiler. I don't know why it started doing that. Maybe it'll stop. If it keeps oh, it's still doing it. Let's see. Let's see. Turn that off for now. Now you gotta peek behind the scenes. Let me see if I do it the way where I just capture. Oh. Wait, do you see that? The area is still flashing even though it's not there. So it's not it that's flashing. It's something else. Is it my tablet arm that's flashing? Let's see. It might have been that, yeah. Is it my tablet arm that's flashing? It might have been. I might have turned my tablet arm off. That's real strange. Minutes since scuff. 0. Okay, there we go. Got it. For some reason, it's my tablet arm that's goofing up. Also, hi, Amber. Yeah, Cap. Question mark on that one. Yeah, thank you for telling me, because that is an eyesore, and I don't want people to deal with that. This Captain America is somehow still him, just a recolor, and the colors actually are crazy. The focal point is everywhere now, and it's still his shoes, because they're the only moment of rest. This is just wild. I don't know if I'm a fan of this one. It feels nostalgic to me because of the old historic, we put a hero in all of one color. It's their color. He gets to be this color. And that's it. But, I don't know about this one. Yeah, it would read better if the colors were flipped. I am with you. So it's fine. But like, 7 out of 10 on his base skin. This is like maybe like a 6 out of 10. I don't know. I think I've noticed that there's not many body type variations, just like Viking Cap looks like Thor. Many of the men, if not all, have the same inverted triangle body. We're gonna get there. We will see that I believe that some of the characters have the exact same body model, which that's not a bad thing inherently. You should modify it maybe a little bit. But like, as a result of the fact that they tend to wear mostly form-fitting clothing, the silhouette business is real lacking, unfortunately. We're gonna see Bucky and what's his name? What's my archer man? I can't think of what his name is again. Oh, the folly of me not being a Marvel fan inherently. Hawkeye. I think they have the exact same body. Yeah, it's one of the big cost-saving things they do in the game, but if they're gonna do that, they should pin clothing to them that gives us more variation, pretty please, and thank you. If we can, especially in a game where we need to use silhouettes to recognize characters at a different distance. But anyways, that was Captain America. That was my first fella. Our second fella, we're gonna take it over to the girlies. Black Widow. Here she is. We gotta watch her animation. Oh wait, no we don't. Stand there. Thank you for the sippy. I will take a sip of drink. And once again, I guess she is a regular human, so she is doing a little bit of future tech as well. Yellow cap is probably reference to the OG Nomad. Ah, okay, I see. The women in this game, Lamau. The women in this game also have the same thing. Disappointing film lady, sadly. What? Hydration? Don't worry, I have hydration. I have gingy ale today. I'm so happy. We're back in gingy ale season. We've been rescued from hot chalky season. Yeah, so. This feels like a case of 2D to 3D downgrade. Yeah, so. Captain America. My man is quite one-to-one between his 3D model and his 2D. This is a wet dog version of a skin or of a character. They lost the exaggeration of her clothing. That was what made this work in this iteration. And they just like totally toned her hair down in a way that makes it feel slicked back and awkward. Like she's not giving cool, she's giving, her hair is wet and she may need to take a shower. Yeah. Crazy I've adopted saying wet dog when talking about character models. I'm pushing this to the public conscious. We are going to call them wet dogs. So her hair is a downgrade because her hair to me, honestly, was the only thing that in any way is saving the silhouette. Because once again, we're gonna look at her and then we're gonna look at Cloak Dagger and we're gonna see also potentially Miss Invincible? I don't know what her name is. Invisible Woman? Her? And they're all gonna have the same physique, and they're all gonna have form-fitting clothing, and the only difference between them in silhouette is their hair. And even at that, some of them, I think 2 of them even have the same pushed over hair thing happening. Invisible Woman and Dagger and Cloak are the exact same. Okay, yeah. Picky cut with a hairpiece stapled on. It does look stapled on. They're literally the same person. Oh, are they the same person? If they are the same person, I guess that's... Like, if they're meant to be the same person lore-wise, I guess that's fine in some way. Am I being misled? Not actually? Oh, okay, not actually, okay. I don't know enough about this game to know if what I'm reading is the truth. Oh, it feels like it. Okay, in design. I see. Okay. Common problem when designers draw women, sometimes their silhouettes are totally identical. We're gonna see we got gender equality here. Where the men and women are both suffering from it, unfortunately. But my general thoughts about her here. This is such a strange interpretation of this because as people are noting, they made her forehead really small. They really easily could have made her earpiece stick out from the side of her head. Like I feel like it would here to add to her silhouette, but it doesn't. Stop looking at me so we can see the side of your head. Oh, I don't like the lock on it. It doesn't help. But really, the only things that give her any silhouette are maybe her belt and the funny little contraption around her arm, which once again is shorter than it is in the reference art, which makes it less exaggerated, which makes it not work as well. Her design, I don't know. Newest woman has a different body type, kinda. Who is the newest woman? Are we talking about... I know Squirrel Girl has a different body type, but I don't know. Dagger and Sue are different. Okay, I see. Emma Frost. Oh, I don't know who that one is. But her hair, not on model, not giving the silhouette I want in game. Her body and her clothing being so sleek. Hear me out, listen. I'm not saying hear me out in the way probably most people talking about Marvel Rivals are. Hear me out in the sense that I understand why they've given her a sleek outfit. Black Widow is a spy. She's also, to some degree, an assassin in some way, if I'm remembering correctly. So, you know, sleek clothing is often associated with that, so I can give it to her at least of like, okay, it kind of checks out. She's dressed mostly in black, which also checks out for her being a spy. But if you're really trying to be a spy, having all that bright neon red all over and going down your legs, maybe slightly strange. I don't know. Oh, Mickey V, thank you for following. Hear me out in the way, but not the way that needs a cake. You'll never hear me say it in that way, in a way that needs a cake. I'm immune. I've got the asexuality, and maybe her girlish charm works on some of you, but not me. I am immune, and we will mostly be not rotating the characters around like that, because that was actually maybe dangerous. Also supposed to be acrobatic. Yeah, so I can see why she would be dressed in something so sleek, because, you know, acrobats and gymnasts and all of those kinds of professions do wear very form-fitting clothing, because then your clothing, because it's not billowing in the wind and doing all that stuff, stays out of the way, which is nice. At least I could give her a coat, but that might get in the way. If you're trying to do things like acrobatics, you might get stuck in stuff. It gives you more mobility, mayhaps. Red could be a design thing so the character doesn't blend into dark environments. It probably is. It likely is. Her hair also prevents her from ever getting lost in the background, because it's just bright red. As far as concept goes, I feel like she still gets full points from me, because I see, you know, when we look at the torso of her clothing, I'm seeing similar elements to how they depict Spider-Man's legs happening in the detailing, so we're getting a little bit of the spider element. She's got her little widow symbols in a couple places, so I can see where that's going. I can tell that this is Black Widow, because really, honestly, all you have to do to make a character visibly Black Widow is probably put her in a black skin-tight suit and give her red hair. And we'd be like, oh, yep, that's her. Got it. Okay, I see. So, recognizability, she works on that front, at least. Her belt feels like spider eyes. It does kind of feel like spider eyes, that's true. Having them glowing around her hips. If there were, like, maybe more of them in the front, it would feel more that way, but that does work. Black Widow was originally designed to be a generic villain, should remind people that. That is, I think, my main critique that I have for her, is that she does end up feeling a little generic. Less so in her art, more so in her design that's in the game. Her hair lacking the specificity that it has in the 2D art ends up making her feel generic. Same deal with her, like, facial features being a little different. Also this Black Widow bow tie. Yeah, for being honest, she's not particularly memorable among others. Yeah, so she feels like she is not as fleshed out as the other characters are in this game in a lot of ways to me. I feel like they could have iterated on her more to find a way to make her clothing more interesting. The only thing that I think is interesting about her clothing is her shoes. I don't know how these work logistically. Like, they're kind of wedges, but they're kind of not. And they're clearly fabric, because she can bend at the toe. But there's gonna be something going on from maneuverability, but I at least enjoy that they put some thought into side profile, and that is a very techy and futuristic take on a boot, so I'll give them that much. And then having a little bit of glowing elements around the waist that kind of feel like eyes. But I feel like the rest of it, I would love to know what the choices were that went into making them, and maybe it comes from my lack of familiarity with her. Also, I'm sure this is a sniper rifle, but maybe it could be longer. I don't know. Gameplay is not a great character in game, gets dodged, so having a lackluster design makes little sense. Oof. Better for mobility than wedges. See, that's the kind of thing that I was thinking too, is that, like, there's like a funny thing where I have not done a ton of wearing heels, but I've found stilettos much easier to walk in than walking in wedges, because with stilettos, it's more like the tripod theory, where because you have less contact with the ground, that point of contact ends up being more solid. The wedge, by being fully in contact with the ground, just wants you to roll your ankle. I don't know if that's a universal experience, but that's at least my experience with stuff like that. Logo important because no shoes, black suit, and red hair lady. The logo is also quite important. It could be maybe larger or situated in a way in her design that doesn't inherently want to make me look at her hips. But I don't know, maybe they're going for like a appeal kind of thing for her, maybe. I don't know. But thoughts here. Color palette. Honestly, it's a little boring to me. Remember when we were talking about Cap, I noted how the dark colors in his clothing had a lot of color undertone variation in them? She has some. She has some of it. You know, we've got a little bit of green tones, we've got a little bit of purple tones, but the black that is on her legs is more or less the same black that's everywhere else in the design. I'm glad that the red transitions to orange, but I wish she was getting a little bit more of that highlighting around her face, so the color palette just ends up feeling a little lackluster to me. It's lacking in depth. For her silhouette, she looks like all the other girls in the game. Her hair at least gives her something, but she looks like every other girly in the game. Complexity versus clarity, I fear that she is not necessarily under-detailed, but I fear that she's under-designed? In that, you know, we talk about characters wanting to have specific clothing that feels like it is designed and tailored to them, or having character accessories that feel like they relate to the motifs of the character. And hers kind of, to me, ends up reading a little bit just like generic tech clothing, unfortunately. Where I wish, you know, we've got a little bit of spider-y elements happening on her design with, like, this reading as eyes. I wish there was more of that, mayhaps. I'm thinking of, like, Kafka from Hawkeye Star Rail. Crazy that I'm pulling a Hawkeye Star Rail in here as a positive example, but Kafka had detailing in her clothing that made you think of spiders, despite the fact that it was mostly, like, ornamental. And I wish that was how the detailing in her clothing was handled instead. Yeah, chunkier belt may have been more interesting. Maybe sticking those glowing aspects around, like, her neck would have been more interesting, and then brings us up to her head a little bit more instead of splitting her focus. There's a number of things that I think could have been done here to iterate further on her design, where it feels like it's a little lacking to me right now. Do you think we walk on flat shoes? We're trained for that. Oh, also her belt doesn't seem like it has a purpose. It's not really doing anything. It's not really a belt. It's just built into a bodysuit, essentially. Become Spider-Girl. I don't think she needs to become Spider-Girl. We don't have to push the spider motif that far. I want a little more of it. Or, like, maybe more of, like, a secondary motif, perhaps? I don't know. Fancy high-tech glasses? They could have done more with her earpiece, I feel like. She won't let me look at it, but could have done more with the earpiece. But as a result, I feel like it's kind of like... Ear, maybe? It's okay. It's not the worst. It needs a little bit more. For focal points, for her, places we should be looking on a character usually are either where they're attacking from, or maybe where their hitboxes are, so that you, the player, can tell where a headshot's going to happen. For her, she has the redhead benefit. We're gonna look her in the face, mostly, because she's a redhead. Kind of hard to look away from red. But secondarily, her hips end up being really distracting. And strangely, usually if you have directional lines in the body, they'll guide your eye up and down the form. The way that this funnels in and down and then out into this brighter yellow color that isn't as common in her palette really forces me to, like, I'm like, okay, look her in the face for like a second, and then I go, whip, and just like drop straight through her design right out down the bottom. And I like fall off of looking at her. I end up looking at her hips and just going, whip. That's not fantastic. Not fantastic. Yeah, the orange really redirects the focus away from her face, and there's no good reason for us to need to look at her pelvis. So for me, this is like once again, another, like, I think this is a focal point failure. The red hair saves her a little bit. She gets a half point for that, but otherwise, you gotta put that yellow somewhere else too. Or otherwise, it being only placed in her hips is going to overinflate its importance visually to us in the design. She's a comic design with gloves that are silver on the index and ring finger, I guess to look like spider fangs. See? That's neat! That's thinking about ways that we can be clever about the way we're implementing motifs into design. Right now, the Black Widow elements of her are just stamped on for the most part. They're treated like decals. They just take, oh, get that hourglass symbol in red and just stamp it on her. They're not trying to integrate it into the design's shape language or into the detail language, any of that stuff. Which is what we were critiquing Cap for as well. His star was only on his chest, but not integrated into any of the shape language of his clothing or anything like that. The motifs aren't super well married into it. Give her a yellow earring. Yeah, maybe give her a yellow earring. Maybe her little earpiece should have something gold on it or something to make us look at her face. I don't know. There's a number of options here, but it seems like they didn't fully execute it. Her newly announced Hellfire Gala skin would be cool to look at when it releases. Mayhaps. But for concept and motifs, I will give her mostly full points on this because I can look at her and say that is definitely Black Widow. She's a redhead, she's wearing dark clothing. Like, I'm not gonna have any doubts of who she is. I can tell that the way she's dressed relates to her acrobatics and her spy type background. That's fine. The motifs are maybe not as supportive as they could be, but I would say she mostly is succeeding in that category. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 out of 10, which I think sounds right. She is, unfortunately, very mid for me, especially for this game. I need to get a smaller brush here. You'll notice I'm not making edits. I usually tend to do a lot more editing with characters as to what I would modify about them, but with this game, I feel that I am a little bit at a loss as to what I would personally change for them, because the more tech future design elements are not as well within my repertoire of skills. So I would have to do a lot more research and a lot more maybe like Pinterest boarding and stuff like that to figure out what I'd want to suggest for any of them. I'd have to do a little bit of research into each of them individually, but I can give my general suggestions and point out things that I think are working or not. But this is 5.5 out of 10, and I think it makes sense that it's 5.5 out of 10. I think that's a very fair score. We are gonna look at her cosmetics very quickly, because I think actually one of hers is more interesting. This one I thought was, this looks like Leia from Star Wars, which this is just an entirely different character to me. This is from her in one of the shows, I guess, but Black Widow in fully a white outfit as a more subdued redhead, based on the film one. This, maybe because I'm unfamiliar with that film, does not read as her to me, like, at all. Like, in any way, unfortunately. This feels like a different character. This feels like Leia from Star Wars. The whole, all white, sleek to the body suit, I don't know, movie skin. This one, however, I thought this was kind of fun. I liked that they used her insignia to be sort of the centerpiece of her hat, which makes me look at her face. The focal point works much better on this one for me because of the handkerchief and the hat framing her face. There's a bit more asymmetry, it feels like, which is interesting. The silhouette is much better. It's kind of fantastic. The belts are totally functional. This one's just neat. It works for me. Did you know Bucky and I didn't meet in the church? We're both working his side of the law and me on mine. Winter Ash from Overwatch. This one is so much more fun. It has so much more interesting shape. And we're getting sort of the hourglass shape in multiple places. It's on her belt buckle. It sort of ends up being in the way that her collar is shaped a little bit. The tassels will provide interesting opportunities for movement, which her, you know, regular version lacks. The only part of her that'll move with physics is her hair. So this to me is a more interesting design. And then she's got a star earring, which I'm going to guess relates her to Cap in some way. But this one's really good. I think this is one of the better skins in the game. It's cute. This is a recolor, and this is not this is not Black Widow to me anymore. You changed her entire color palette, which I think is half of what made me recognize her in the first place, and you made her blonde. Is it cute? Sure. Do I look at her head also in this one more than the original one? Yes, because it's the only place where the blonde is located. Is the blonde kind of low contrast to her face? Also, yes. So I'm a little torn about this one as a skin. I don't know if I recognize this as her, but for focal point, it works better. That seems to be the running trend, is that the designs, their base, will be one way, and then they'll have their recolor where the focal point works better, but their recognizability works worse sometimes. So that's Black Widow. Let's go back. Let's escape. And next, I really accidentally front-loaded this one with the ones I'm more critical of, I think. I have ones that I'm not critical of. I'm not nearly as critical of, but I've accidentally front-loaded with ones that are. That was not my intention. Don't worry. We're gonna have some high scores, but not quickly. Cute, but not Black Widow. Yeah, her sister, maybe. Another comic design is the Venomized Black Widow. The red hourglass appears on her midsection and she gets red webbing as a highlight. Like, I feel like that would be neat. I feel like that would be cool. I feel like they just didn't spend enough time in the design room on her, unfortunately. She's like half cooked. They could have done so much more. But, anyways, Pony. Here's Iron Man. Here's my thoughts on Iron Man just looking at him first off the bat. One, well, it's Iron Man. He is, again, one of those characters that is so iconic in the color palette and I guess the way his face is shaped that it's kind of hard to have a character that is predominantly red with gold accents and a little bit of blue on the chest and for it to not read that way. He is for sure Iron Man. He's for sure a man in a suit. Just by looking at this visually, we'd have no way of knowing there's actually a guy in there other than just knowing in lore. He just looks like he could be fully a robot, but that's fine. He looks like that in the movies too. That's just the way he is, I guess. And it is integrated into him, I guess, physically, mechanically. But man, once again, let me do a little funny trick for you. Let me do a funny trick for you. Have you heard of this thing called silhouette, Marvel Rivals? Have you heard of the silhouette? Who's that? Who is this? What is that? Who is this? Who is this? This is the bullet head of all bullet heads. He has no distinction. Is this Cap? I have no clue. Void Man. There's nothing. There's nothing. And the problem for me is that his silhouette is actually better in this version just by a little bit, where there's more exaggeration and variation in the shape of his arms. So by tapering that elbow to such an extreme degree, I say not showing you the elbow I'm showing, by tapering his elbow to such an extreme degree, we're getting that it's more mechanical, which could help set him apart from Cap better. But they didn't do that here, likely because they're still trying to prove that he is in there. I don't know, make him like a real scrawny guy inside and just play up how big the suit is. Do you feel that the head should be bigger? I don't know that the head should be bigger. The weird thing for me about his head is just that it feels so long. His head feels really, really long. Like, his chin, I mean, both of them, I can just show you in either of them. Like, you know, if we're talking about, like, here's his collarbones, theoretically. Here's his neck, here's his lats. If they're really sort of that high. His chin is like look at your chin and where your collarbone sits. Like, there should be more space there, maybe, theoretically, potentially. I guess we're trying to fit a human head in there. Wait, I can understand that. It would need to be lower than where your real jaw is, but it feels like realistically, the guy who is inside this suit, his head would probably end, I feel like, almost like, maybe like here. It's just so long. Shouldn't be about the metal, it's a helmet. Yes, so I know that, I see that. But the way they've done that before is just make it so that the metal is really thin, which I guess isn't as protective, but it just makes, we can give away a little bit of reality for making things look less awkward, and this feels a little awkward to me. We don't have to be fully based in reality. Clearly, this man is levitating. And I think this is one of those opportunities where we should throw away attachment to reality on that one. Don't forget to include Tony's beard in your outline. Oh, sorry. There's where his face is. Is this the Rocketeers at RoboCap? No one will know. Based on the silhouette, no one will know. It's better here. I just wish for him that there was more contrast in his shape language. There's more contrast in his silhouette. Do you see how sharp of an angle this pulls in at? Because they've gone and made his forearms really big and bulky. They should have done that for his legs also, optimally. Like, really, like, tuck this in. So that way, this is more exaggerated and sticks out further. Embrace making him look really mechanical. Yeah, hatred for this man. Newest skin does a better job making him interesting to look at, though. We'll take a look at the skins. So for me, for silhouette, I appreciate their attempt at giving him just like a slight, do you see how his head kind of juts out a little bit at an angle? It's hard without my hand working. Juts out a little bit at an angle, but like, I don't know, commit. If we're gonna go for giving him this like funny, wide part of his head, commit, just do it. Why make it so subtle when we could give him big, strong, defined cheekbones? Or, I don't know, just something wider on the back of his head to give him a little more variety in his silhouette? Make these things stand out wider, make them taller, just make them do something, please, I beg of thee. So silhouette, meh. Colors. He looks better in-game than this render I have of him looks. This render looks awful to me. At least the shader is not working. But for me, his color hierarchy isn't fantastic. I think that's a critique I have for Iron Man sort of across the board, is that the red is so dominating in the palette, where it ends up being more of a like 80-10, well, actually like an 85-10-5 type of situation of color proportioning, where the red is just almost too much for me, and the fact that there's no variation in undertone makes the colors feel lacking to me. Do we see how, on this one, the colors gradate from being more magenta-y and more pink to being much cooler in the darker areas? We get some purple undertones, we get less saturated in some areas. That all keeps my eyes from becoming fatigued when I look at him. When I look at his skin in the actual game, I end up getting a little fatigued because he's just all red. He's just all entirely red. Maybe give him wings on his head. No, then he's just Cap. We can't do that. We can't do that. We can't just make him the same. But he more or less has the same shoe silhouette as he does, like, as Cap does. There's just too much in the overlap between the two of them in their silhouettes right now. Colors, little lackluster. I'm glad that there is a nice blue element in his design. I'm happy that it's there. I feel like his design is one of the ones that could benefit from having a higher proportioning of this gray tone in it. Right now it's being used for the internals of his joints, but I feel like it could be used a little bit more just to make it a little less overwhelming. Why not turn off the sound of the game out of curiosity? I thought I was gonna play music, but it's not. It's just him making noises, so I may turn it off. You're right. He is just being annoying. I might put on our normal music. The sound effects are being annoying. Where's audio? Goodbye. Yoink. Don't need that. Yep, that's fine. Maybe he'll be quiet now. He was kind of getting annoying. Oh. Nope. That's actually worse. Now it's just the vocals, which makes it worse. I don't need to hear you making those sounds, please. Go away. Oh, we're just gonna go like that, I guess. I'll turn the volume back on later. Yeah, the voice. No. I thought there was, yeah, him grunting was too much. It was distracting me. My man, shut up. Just a little bit. This is my stream. Cool it. I get that you're some cool billionaire or whatever. This is my house. Yeah. So, okay. Got it. Although the suits are either 80s Iron Man or the same shape. Yeah, so those are my general troubles. If we're doing our grading, let's start my grading here so I don't lose track of what I was talking about. Color. I fear that the proportioning does not work for me. I fear that that has historically been a problem for him. That is a thing that has not been really ever solved in a way that feels content to me, but that might just be a difference in my design philosophy. I fear that the red is just too much. For silhouette, are you Cap? Who are you? What is your deal? More exaggeration, please, in maybe like the joints so we can tell that you're a little more techy. For complexity versus clarity, he somehow ends up being one of the less overwhelming tech designs for me. There's ones that feel like they're way more too much than he is. He's okay, actually. I'm not as bothered. A lot of the lines on there are describing, you know, metal plates and shapes of all that manner, so I don't really mind them. They don't feel like they're overdone. And I feel like the other thing that's benefiting us is that the metal isn't rendered as being super high gloss. It ends up being slightly matte and just shiny. Yeah. Did you look at Mark 30 and live suggestions, e.g.? Not yet. Not yet. I have not opened the live suggestions. I see people have mentioned that there are ones that will be in there. Yeah. In the Discord, put it in live suggestions. I haven't checked there yet. But we're just looking at this one for now. Quickly go to get food. Not interested in Iron Man as I could be. Fair. Touche. Me also. Complexity, it's fine. I'm actually not worried about him. Some of the other characters who have more tech-based outfits feel a little more overwhelming to me. He's okay. For focal points, it's his chest. That is the source of his powers, so that's fine. That's okay. His face does end up being sort of a secondary focal point, so for once, we end up passing him. And he does have like an upper half focus to his design because most of the gold is focused on the upper half of his design. Upper half. E.g. English language, you got this. You nailed it. You got this. So, okay. What else did I have? Oh, concept. It's Iron Man. I have no trouble seeing that that is him. He's a character that's flying. I can see that from his pose. How does he attack, I guess, would be the question by looking at him. If you can see his palms, you might guess that he is going to shoot an energy beam at you. I might think that he's shooting it out of his chest. But for what it's worth, he is so beefy and he's so armored that under other circumstances, I may look at him and think that he is more of a tank or that he is more of a melee character who would be doing some punching and kicking mayhaps if I didn't know things about him already. And I've heard that he is swattable like a fly. So actually, this might actually be like a here? He's decent. He's okay. Color screams DPS for me. I guess the color does scream that. That's inherent to his character, I guess, and less so to the game's mechanics. But I don't know. I thought he was a nerd. maybe inside the shirt he is, or inside the suit he is, but not the suit would have you think otherwise, maybe. So, 2, 4, 5, wait, 2, 4, 5, 6.5, 7 out of 10? Got a lot of 7s happening right now. 7 out of 10 for me for the base. I just feel like the red is just too much. What did I just say? 7 out of 10? 7.5 out of 10? Math? Oh no. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, just flat 7. So out of what we looked at so far, Captain America, 7.5. Black Widow, 5.5. Iron Man, 7. This is not a fantastic average so far, but don't worry. We're about to change that. We're about to bring that average way up. We're about to bring that average way up and make that average much better. Don't worry. There's characters that I think are designed well in this game. We just somehow accidentally started with not them. But I probably beefed up the suit because he thought it'd be intimidating. I mean, I guess that's fair. I guess that could be fair. Cat ear looking triangles from one of his original designs would help with silhouette. It would. Oh wait, we didn't look at his cosmetic skins. So the Avengers one for me solved some of his proportioning. If I hit space, will it make him stop animating? No, it didn't. You're just gonna do an animation, huh? That's okay. The Avengers one for me fixes some of his proportioning that I felt was sort of strange, but once again, silhouette, who is this? Also, focal point, it becomes his legs. So we're solving some things, we're losing other things. This is, question mark, the recolor of him? This just looks like, what's his name? Ultron? I saw that movie 10 years ago, when the rest of us saw that movie. Evil Iron Man, is it? This just looks like Ultron, maybe. Dark Samus kinda does also look like Dark Samus. Superior Iron Man. This for me is way too all one color. And this makes him look exactly like one of the other characters in the game, unfortunately. They also announced actual Ultron today too. Hey, I'm plugged in. EG is, mycelium is telling me secrets. Superior Iron Man design isn't quite accurate because the hair and face should be visible. Speaking of Ultron, he's revealed for the game today. There we go. I'm on top of it. This is an artificial Venom symbiote. Okay, interesting. Intriguing. This is a 2014 Superior Iron Man. I'll look in the Discord in a second. This, Steam Power, I was talking with Billy about this. This to me feels like a wholly missed opportunity to make him really neat. Steampunk is about being piecemealed together from a bunch of miscellaneous parts. It's about having wear and tear and looking worn and having a variety of color undertones of browns and blacks and grays and bronzes and copper and all of those things. And they just once again made him like fully monochromatic in a way that feels kind of boring to me. And steampunk usually lends itself fantastically well to silhouette because you get all the gears and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, this is just a furnace with a head. They could have made those like back exhaust things so much fancier. And those back exhaust pipes, the styling of them makes them feel super modern to me also, which kind of gets us out of the steam power vibe. I don't know. Vesna Zmea, thank you for following. But so this skin for me is like a hello hand tracking me. Thumbs down. Total missed opportunity to me. Who is this? This is if you showed me this and I had to guess who this was, I would guess this is maybe like some interpretation of Ares or something? Some god of war type of thing? I appreciate what they're trying to do by making his suit look like, a dress wear suit. Yeah, vampire blood magic Iron Man, but I don't think I would look at this and be like, it's Iron Man. I will give him this at least. The shoulder pads make his silhouette better, as does his helmet ever so slightly. He gets that. But that's about it. That's generally my thoughts on him. Let me check the Discord and see what people... I think people were sending some stuff into the live suggestions. I might have said stream events accidentally. Live suggestions. Oh, so there's a Mark 30. Oh, he's so goofy. But the silhouette is better for the Mark 30. Oh, Iron Legion. See, like this exaggeration in the forearms, if they would committed to something like this, would have made him stronger in the silhouette department. And then, yeah, same with this one. They should give him one of his alternate suit variations because, you know, by setting the head down into the silhouette and just making him wider, bulkier, less Dorito shaped, it makes him much more distinct from the other characters. I feel like that would have worked better. Hopefully, maybe they'll give us a skin that is like that in the future because clearly they're doing remodeling of the characters for some of the skins. But I don't know, he's this is. Yee, ran into you after lurking somehow. I watched your YouTube video on VTuber design. Love the vid. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Enjoy your lurk. Let's see. Next, we finally save us from the meh, from the mid, from the meh, the eh. It's my man. Look at him go. It's my guy. Look at him. He's so cute. He's so cute. Look at Jeff. We've reached the peak. I don't think it gets better than this. I don't think I am going to find much in the way of complaint against me. This goes a little bit more into creature design than it does character design, perhaps, but he's so cute. The concept of fusing a shark with a dog ends up being very cute. It balances aggression and sharp angles quite well with nice, rounded, soft, little baby, I want to pat on the head characteristics. The shape language is very good. The way he's animated adds to it a lot. It's just good. It's good design. His silhouette makes him very distinct. We're not gonna have any questions about figuring out who he is or how he looks. It's Jeff. We'll figure it out pretty easily. I really don't have a ton to say about this one. He's so compact that as far as focal points go, we are going to look him in the face. His tongue is bright red, his mouth is pretty big, his eyes are dark and contrasty. His nice pink collar draws us to his head as opposed to the rest of his body. Mostly, he works. 10 out of 10, honestly. Like, me trying to grade it. He's blue mostly. The white balances it out without making it overwhelming. He's not over-designed in terms of color. He's a Jeff out of Jeff. I know people hate him in-game, and people don't like playing against him because he's got very good healing. As I learned when I played as him, everyone just kills him immediately. People don't like playing against him. That's fine. He's got fantastic design, and I'm so happy that he is in this game because he is part of what is dragging it up. Yeah, he's a terror and a nuisance, but he's so cute. Color palette. The blue and the white balance out nicely. The blue still ends up being the predominant color, so the white doesn't outcompete it. The white provides us a nice little bit of contrast and interest. I like all the subtle detailing they have. If you zoom in, can I zoom in on him? Oh, we're underwater now. That's not what I want. Oh, I actually can't really zoom in. But do you see on his head all just the little hatch marks, little circles? It adds interest without being overwhelming. It adds detail so that he doesn't feel too blank and empty without overdoing it in the detail department. So he ends up being... he doesn't need any more. What more could he possibly need? He's got the exact right amount of detail to tell us who he is, what his bit is. He's a shark. He can bite you. He's blowing bubbles, which is cute. It works. Jarvis solo ult the Jeff. No. Iron Man, do not solo ult the Jeff. No. People don't like him because his ult not healing. I could not figure out how to make his ult work when I played as him, which is, I guess, a skill issue for me. The paws on the fins. Oh, does he have little paw pads in the bottom? Oh, he does. Oh, it's so cute. They just, like, perfectly fuse these two animals together in every way. Silhouette, perfectly distinct. We'll have no trouble recognizing him. Color palette, it's good. The pink provides a nice little bit of a pop of color. The gold is offset against his cool tones nicely. It's fantastic. Focal point, it is his face. The pink collar provides separation from the rest of his body so he doesn't just become one long tube. The tongue makes us want to look at his face also. It's got motion, big red area. His eyes being kind of beady and almost like doll-like also tend to draw us in. Concept of motifs. He's a shark that can walk on land, if you would believe that. And that's it. That's all, folks. Easiest critique ever, which is that there's really nothing to critique. His design is fantastic in and of itself. I think it's one of the most fun in the game. He's one of the most unique for sure as well. Go figure, making something a little creature makes it stand out more among all humans, but it works. Gonna share a fun little thing from this Jeff Comics? Go for it. Make us go broke for feeding him meat in the US economy. Oh, I bet. Oh, I bet. I don't doubt that. I do not doubt that. I will say, for me. I mean, sadly, the thing I feel sad about is that we end up talking a lot longer about the characters I don't feel as strongly about, that I don't think work as well, just because there's often more to critique about them, where we can work through, like, what could have been done instead, where I, like, have no notes with Jeff. But I fear that his skins are Like, this skin for me doesn't work as well. This just feels too washed out. I get that we're going for more warm tones, but the gold of his, what do you call it? His little, not keychain, what do you call his little tag, his little dog tag? Doesn't contrast with his collar enough for me, maybe. And I liked the contrast of having warmer versus cooler elements, and this is a much warmer gray tone, so we're losing some of that color interest, unfortunately. I know that it's great white shark colors, but I feel like just with the collar being something that is so forefront in the design as far as opportunity for adding color, it could have just been a different color. If we're going for that contrast of make his, skin warmer, we could make the dog collar cooler, maybe? Question mark. I feel like that could work. Recolor 60 token skins are not very good across the board. That seems to be the case. This skin is cute. The silhouette is crazy. I love the concept of them making him almost like a wolf in sheep's clothing here, where he's disguising himself as a very cute plushy dolphin. But deep inside, it's hiding a terrible secret. It's got a lot of teeth. It's got many teeth. But this one also has a lot more opportunity for fun secondary motion in the keychain that's hanging off the one side. I like that he's got a scrunchie, which gives him a little bit of asymmetry. This one is very cute. Yay, it's from the comics. Recent Jeff image from the comics that could be a good skin and suggestions. I'll take a look. Thank you. But this one's very cute. I think this one works. The way that they render fur in this game is really nice. Fur has the propensity to be overwhelming, unfortunately, because it just ends up being too detailed. But in this game, I feel like they have the right amount of detail for it to feel nice and fluffy without feeling overwhelming. And the fun little flecks of color distributed throughout add some more detail and interest as well. That does just enough to make us feel, this is worth spending money on. This is a special, important upgrade without feeling like it's just too much. This skin, on the other hand, I was talking to Billy about, I don't really, it's okay. I feel like this one's a little bit maybe too much going on for me. The simplicity of Jeff is what makes me like him in a game where all the other characters are super detailed and super overwhelming. I guess he's much smaller on the screen, so it might not be as big of a trouble, but this just feels like too much. And then his feet end up blending into all the white, as does the white of his underbelly, because we're not really seeing any of those darker colors. So this one doesn't work as well. You guys are saying it works better in game. I'm a little 50-50 on this one. The contrast doesn't work as well for me, and his feet could have been little booties. They could have been. I can't look at them, unfortunately, and maybe he is wearing boots, but no, he's not. I can still see the pads of his feet, but it looks like his feet are furry, so I don't quite know. I can't quite tell. The goggles do make him look goofy, because it does show you just how far apart his eyes are. It is funny. But overall, 10 out of 10 in my heart. Let me see what you've stuck in here. Oh, for a new skin, that would be crazy. This would be a neat angle for him because his silhouette makes it so that you could pretty much do anything with this color palette and we'd still recognize him. He's the only land shark in the game, or that we know of, period. This would be very interesting as a different take on his design, making him much darker and less pleasant, maybe. This is a venomization of him. What do you call it? Just venoming? Venomous? Venomous version of Jeff? This little goober could never hurt you. He's just here to help. This guy's gonna eat you. This guy is for sure gonna eat you. Venomosed. Okay, I see. Looks like an orca. Yeah, he's becoming different types of sharks, which is interesting. I don't know that they'll do the venom one because it'll change his hitbox. Would it? Why would it change his hitbox? I guess he'd need a top fin for it, potentially. I feel like the top fin ends up being what pushes him over the line to feeling more intense. This top fin is still very small and round and friendly looking. This one is big and exaggerated with notches taken out of it that are sharper. So we're getting more danger. Much larger in that form. They probably wouldn't make him much larger. And I have a feeling that with some of the skins, like we looked at Iron Man's, I have a feeling that they are slightly changing hitboxes anyways between skins. Maybe that's not fully the case, but for some of them I think they are. I think it would be a neat permutation. Also, just like noting the details as I rotate around him, I'm so glad they gave him the multiple layers of teeth. From the front, it's easier to see it on the top teeth, but that's just like a good little detail. It's 3 times his normal size. Well, having a whole venom absorbed into you, I think we'll probably do that to a fella. That does check out. Let's keep moving. Who did I have next? We might get through a lot today because I'm not doing a lot of modifying. We're just doing a lot of yapping. Oh, also, we didn't do any prediction. Shroomits, do you want a gamba? Do you wish to gamba? I know we're like almost 2 hours in, but do you wish for a little bit of gamba, mayhaps? Little bit, just a little bit. Can I offer you a little, just a tad, maybe? This pink dolphin, he gets bulkier because of the costume, so the venom skin wouldn't really be any different, really. Ah, see, that's true, that's fair. Nah. YouTube, you guys can't really gamba anyway, unfortunately. Nah, no, okay, nope. Okay, we won't, that's fine. We don't have to. Nah, that's fair. We can have a chill Thursday, we're not in the mood for it. We're gonna save our shmoney today. Thank you for a sippy of drink. I'll take a little gingy ale while I queue up a Cloak and Dagger to look at. And technically they are 2 separate characters. We're kind of gonna consider them together. Where are they? But we will talk about each one as an individual as well. They're meant to be foils to each other in some way, visually. I don't need the cinematic, that's okay. So we'll talk about them kind of separately and also kind of together. We'll get there, but let me take a sip of my gingy ale. So, Cloak can't live without Dagger. Yeah, I know they are inseparable, quite literally. They cannot be separated. They are a pair. Do not separate. This is the first, I guess, characters we're looking at today that I had no point of reference for outside of this game. I am totally unfamiliar with these characters, and I knew they existed prior to today because this is who Billy mains. That is all I knew. So, what are my thoughts about the 2 of them? Just cold read. I can tell that they are setting them up to be sort of foils to each other. We're going for a classic dark versus light based foil where one of them seems like, I mean, they both seem like they're in a little bit of a mood. It seems like there may be also gap moe happening as well if we're going off of reading expressions, where she is dressed all in light colors, very bright, maybe a little bit angelic in the implications of her. Meanwhile, he is giving dark and overwhelming, but he doesn't seem like he looks as bitter, maybe? He seems a little friendlier. She seems a little, like she might be a little bit more bitter, or she might be a little more catty. But he seems like he might be more friendly, which would be interesting if that is something they've set up, where they're doing opposite expectations versus what their color palette is, and then making them opposites of each other, doing an opposites attract kind of thing, because I believe they are a couple also, despite being also attached to each other forever. Talk about codependence in some way. Ellie, remember the show? She is the one that will cut you. That's fair. So I guess in their dynamic, she is the dagger, she is the attacking end, and he is the cloak. He is the defensive, protecting end of the relationship, which is interesting. They are still just playing with duality throughout the whole thing. You zoom in, they do a light-themed idol instead of the dark-based one? Okay. Sure. I guess that's doing like a little like, woo, cascading hand thing. Yeah. Actually, just a chill guy. One of the most easiest going characters in Marvel. Yeah, okay, so they are giving just opposites in every way that they can, for the most part. Puppet-type combatant. Dagger's more color here than in the comics. In the comics, her outfit's usually all white. I'm glad they gave her some color, but unfortunately, I still think that she looks almost exactly the same as Invisible Woman? Miss Vince? I don't remember what her name is. The other blonde girl who is wearing all white. I thought they were the same person until I saw this today. Sue Storm. Sure, maybe. Yes, potentially. Because a lot of them have the same sort of hair stylization, but their hair is pushed up and over. They don't really have bangs a lot of the time, unless it's like really, really, really long side bangs. Yeah, Invisible Woman. Oh, okay, that's the same as Sue Storm. Okay. Yeah. Do exactly the same on the field, and I can't tell which one I'm shooting. Oh! impossible to tell apart while playing. So that is a critique, I guess, of the game in general. They could have made them more different. So for them, I actually couldn't find a good render of them at all, period, that was not like super, super, super tiny. So we just gotta do with what we have. But for the most part, my thoughts. Color. I know what they're going for with the color. They're going for dark versus light. I see it. I think we can all see that. I just fear that there's not enough distribution of the secondary colored tones in her outfit to feel interesting. Where for Cloak, he feels fine to me because most of his body is existing in like an animated whirlpool with a galaxy in it, like the detail level's enough. But for her, I wish there was more variation in color undertone. Again, like we were saying before, Captain America had more color variation in his shading. This might just be a shader problem, mayhaps. But I wish that that blue was more distributed throughout her clothing. And I see me as sort of a secondary element of this dark quilted pattern on her hips that I'm not sure what the function of would be, other than, you know, if she's wearing armored clothing that would allow her to bend more easily. But it seems like this entire outfit is sort of clothed. It's all cloth, so it's all skin tight and she'd still be able to bend and maneuver in it easily? I don't know. A lot of visual interest happens on their back since that's your POV in game. That's true, we weren't really talking about that. That is the case in a lot of these games. Looking at them like this, not a lot to look at. But I'm sure he's doing something more or maybe different in game, so we've got more to look at. But I mean, in this game at least, as opposed to a lot of the gacha games where you are playing in third person, you are seeing the fronts and all sides of these characters a lot more from the enemies you're playing against. So we do have to make sure the whole thing all the way around 360 is working out. They switch places in game. Ah, okay. So they just like switch out one for the other, I guess. One or the other. Ah. See, despite the fact that Billy is on my... I've played with Billy, I didn't pay attention that closely to what they were doing. Because I wasn't the one playing. But for them, for Silhouette, his silhouette, fantastic. We are not going to confuse him with anyone else. He's got this big, giant, wide cloak shape with all the weight in the bottom. Pretty much all the other male characters have their visual weight in their shoulders. His is at the bottom of his cloak, which is great. He's got these big, I guess, fabric pieces that are adding to his silhouette, providing a little bit of positive and negative space, also some opportunity for movement. The fact that his head, by being a cloak, is coming up to a point as opposed to just being round and smoothed over like all the other lads, also good. His silhouette, totally fine. I'm technically going to grade them separately. So, for Silhouette, hers, she looks like all the other girlies. She and Black Widow both have the same thing where they have weight around their wrists as like one of the only things adding to their silhouette. She has the same thing where the sides of her shoes are filled. We can't see it super well as we rotate, but same thing going on at the side of her shoes. Her hair is a little bit more slicked back, but I would not be able to tell the difference between her and a bunch of other characters just based on silhouette. So Silhouette first. Hello, can we click into this thing here? There we go. Silhouette. I'll use blue for her, and I'll use maybe green for him. That seems like his other color. For her, Silhouette. Yeah. It's not a 0, but it's lacking. For him, I would say his silhouette passes. For color palette, he's a little lackluster. Female designs are weak. They went full on Disney dimorphism on this. Oh, I see. You can check the abilities tab to see the GIFs of in-game animations. Oh, okay. I will maybe check that. Color palette. I wish there was more distribution of the blue that's on her shoulders and the maybe purple that's around her shins. But it's not bad. It's okay. It's fine. Just maybe lacking a little bit of interest for me. Maybe for both of them. Ooh, I'm not going to be able to pick the same colors consistently. For complexity versus clarity, I am happy with the level of detail on both of them, where some of the characters end up feeling a little over-detailed, but neither of them do. The detail they have, I think, fits both of them quite well. I did want to zoom in and take a look at the motifs and the way the motifs are working for them. Her clothing forms a dagger shape across her chest. That's why I've seen people wondering why the shape of, I don't know what to call this, just this decal that's cut out on the front of her clothing continues onto her jacket. And on one hand, it is to highlight the assets, if you will, but it's also because we're creating a dagger shape. This is a knife, here's the hilt, the pommel is on the neck. which is clever. I appreciate that they're doing that. I think it's getting lost a little bit, unfortunately, especially from a distance. The color undertone of the more purple part of the suit versus the cream maybe isn't strong enough, but I can see what they're trying to do, which is good. For Cloak, I wasn't really able to identify any specific motifs other than the fact that he is wearing a cloak. There's not a lot to him, unfortunately. That's sure a boob window in the comics. Oh, is it really? Oh my, is it really? I can't say I'm surprised by that, but oh, it definitely would be. Thank you for not doing that for this game. I will say the one thing I do appreciate is that I know that there's some skins that are very, how you say, interesting, intriguing. Some skins that are very focal points are focal pointing, but not the focal points that I wish for focal pointing, that we actually can't look at. He has the cloak because he's got no body. Yes. Invis Malice skin. Yeah, that one namely. Also, there's oh, what is her name? The other girly who just has her cheeks fully out. They really, yeah. Yeah, Suze. They go fan service in the skins. Defaults are pretty covered. Yeah. Yeah, Psylocke, yes. I am relieved that most of the designs aren't super crazy in that manner, where we're instead trying to get the focal point in the right place, which I think for this one is one of, the first designs where the focal point for me for both of them is their faces. The yellow undertone, I guess, of her hair being so much warmer in contrast to the cool undertone of her clothing. It makes me look pretty much exclusively at her face. Same deal for him by having, mostly green and purple tones and then having the darker, his complexion showing through in his, underneath the hood. Works out for me. Focal points are focal pointing. And sometimes in this game, there's a couple characters where this galaxy effect that they do in the shader feels distracting to me, where it's dragging me to look at other things. In this one, it feels subdued enough where it's not as distracting. It works okay for me. Cloak and Dagger, some fun skins. Yeah, we'll look at them real quick. But focal points. I'm looking both of them in the face, which is good. Ooh. Don't ignore the fact that those blues aren't the same entirely quite. But then concept and motifs. So for the two of them, they are inseparable, two sides of the same coin. I can tell that by looking at them. I hear this is a very faithful adaptation of the two of them. So I would probably pass them as far as concept goes. As far as the way that they play, their gameplay style works, I might be maybe at a little bit of a loss. My first thought for her, just by looking at her for some reason, is that she's a fencer. She does have a dagger, I guess. But something about the way that her clothing looks, maybe it's the padding on her hips, makes her read as a fencer to me. So we are at least getting into the realm of, oh, she's a sword character. Maybe she does melee. That, I don't know, is actually entirely accurate. I think she throws her daggers. But she doesn't, yeah, she looks like a fencer. She looks like somebody, she looks like a character who is focused in agility-based fighting in some way. Dagger throws knives. Yes, she does throw knives. She throws daggers. I get it. But if I didn't know her name, I don't know if I would have realized that that is her utility. For Cloak, he's wearing a cloak, and cloaks are inherently, protective in nature, so I'm going to assume that he is a defensive type character, and he looks like he is magic-based. We tend to associate a hood and stuff like that with magicians. I say magicians in, the Fire Emblem sense, not in the, haha, I'm pulling a rabbit out of a hat, wizard or witch type way. Yeah. Check the dagger outfit in the comics. It is even a boob window at that point. It's more of a door. A door. I see. Yes, he is the cloak. I know he is the cloak. He is the cloak. Does she wear him as a cloak? Question mark? If I check the abilities, does she wear? No, she doesn't. That would have been neat if she was wearing a cloak that was him. It doesn't appear that that is the case. No. Darn. Okay. Sorry. That would have been cool. Maybe. Okay, that's fine. But, cosmic motifs, theoretically, they're pretty faithful. For her, I can't distinctly read what her gameplay is from the way that she looks. So I'll take her down a little bit. But for him, I can more or less imagine how it's working. So, overall, a pretty decent spread for the two of them. Pretty decent. For him, what is that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9.5? That's pretty decent. I gotta write it down or I'll forget, but get my blue again. Nope, Can I draw, please? There we go. Almost perfect score for Cloak. For Dagger, I am taking more points off. There's less to him, so I think he gets a little bit of an unfair advantage. There's less for me to pick apart. For her, she gets 2, 4, 5, 6, oh, and a half? Oh no. She didn't do quite as well, unfortunately. Wait, no, hang on. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a half. 7 and a half. There we go. I fear that the girlies are not going to do so well, because they don't have a lot of variety in silhouette, and that's taken all of them down a notch, unfortunately. Hard to rate them separately on their own. Both are kind of generic, but as a character transformation, it's cooler. Yeah, I feel like together they end up being much stronger. They're more interesting together, but each on their own, she is not as strong as he is, mayhaps. They're kind of tough to separate. If you're interested in their characters, there was pretty good TV adaptation. Also seeing the lines of her chest continuing to her jacket is hilarious. They gotta let you know that it's really tight and that we can still see it. Skin glue is a lifesaver? Oh boy. Oh man. Let's look at their outfits a little bit here. Theirs are cool. The easy thing for the two of them is that all we have to keep in order to know who they are is keep her in light colored clothing, keep him in darker colored clothing. As long as he stays shaped like a cloak, he is going to be the identifier that tells us who she is. So we're probably not going to have any problems with recognizability. This one's kind of neat, very elven inspired, much more fantasy-esque. She's got like praying mantis elements maybe in her design, a little bug-like. I can't help but notice, however, a thing that drives me nuts about armor and character designs. Do note how her wrist pieces of metal clip into her body. I so often critique designs for having sharp spikes on shoulder pads. I should have actually talked about this with Iron Man real quick. If you raise your shoulder and you have sharp spikes on a pauldron, they're going to impale you in the head. Hers are getting her in the hips. You got to be real careful with that. And she's going to get him in the face. Dangerous. Be careful, girl. Don't even think he needs to stay green given how big he is. Yeah, no. Just based on his silhouette alone, I think we'll be able to clearly identify who he is. His recognizability is what makes both of them work. So they can probably do whatever they want with these skins, and I will not have any trouble with them. This one, I think, is the one that Billy uses. I think this one's neat. They gave him a lot more of a body, but this is fun. I like the way that they're using the color in this one more, where she gets like an upper half of the body focus. I feel like the white to black balance on her design is better, or like, I guess, white versus alternate color. The hats add to their silhouette. Once again, the collar of her jacket is adding to silhouette. She's an actual dagger hanging around her neck. It's cool. It's nice. Is it doing squishy metal? It might be doing squishy metal. That tends to be a problem with rigging sometimes, but I like this. The haircut, I think, works well. The hats are nice. We can still tell clearly who they are. They're serving. Stronger silhouette. Could we have just decided that they exist in this era and are wearing, like, fancy leather jackets or something for this one? Yeah. I get that they're going for sleek and maybe futuristic tech, but eh. Oh, also you can see, I guess the first day I played this game was almost exactly a month ago. It was March 12th. It tells you when you get them. He's looking Mardi Gras. Oh, a little bit. I guess it's the purple. Purple and some florals will give people a bit of a Mardi Gras thing. I don't think you can tell who they are easier than the base because Dagger looks so much like Sue Storm. Yeah, this makes her look more like she is her own distinct, separate character because it adds more variety to her silhouette. Look at the flared pants. I love the flared pants. Look at her shoes. They have a different silhouette from Black Widow's shoes. You know, the belt is cinching her waist. Her hips seem almost more defined to me now. I know they're probably the exact same shape, but these white sections cutting them out and these dark sections are doing funny things for how I'm reading her silhouette. Whereas here, her body type feels more different from the other girls I've looked at, mayhaps. Yeah. Big jewelry thing and chains. Oh, yeah, I can also see that as a Mardi Gras inspiration, yeah. But this feels neat. I like this better than the default one, if I'm being so honest. And then this is their recolor. This almost feels to me like they put them into Loki's color palette, but this to me is an inherently more interesting alternate color scheme, where the yellow for her jacket is more interesting. It's still giving me the upper half focus, but it just makes her more distinctly different from the other characters who have predominantly white color palettes. The more saturated green for him is kind of nice. It's a little bit more earthy and warm and maybe aligns more closely with his character personality. He's grounded, you know, seeing those things maybe. Recolor because the gold and green and black is more interesting. Yeah, it's not giving their duality maybe as strongly. We are losing some of that where now they're both predominantly dark in color. But I could see her outfit as it is here working probably just as well if it was all white with the gold jacket on, because as long as they treat this window here maybe slightly differently than how they did here, I think that having this jacket be yellow solves some clarity issues I may have been having. Oh, I didn't really dock any points from her for clarity. Clarity in the jacket and her whole body all being one color is kind of not working for me, unfortunately. But this works better. This is better clarity. Now it feels like her having those little hip cutouts are intentional. It works better for me. And I can see the chain around his arm much more clearly, too. Complementary colors would be nice. They could do complementary colors. There is a trouble with complementary colors, though, which is that often if you make one thing green and one thing red, it'll be like, ah, Christmas. There's a way of doing it that'll work. But I can guess why they may not. Yeah, much better clarity with gold and white instead of gray and white. Yeah. I agree. Only just now noticed the face marking in her is her original design, too. That's also true. She has this crescent-shaped moon on the side of her face, which I wonder what the lore reason for that is. It's a very specific shape that isn't found really repeating anywhere else in her design, and I didn't know she was inherently moon-themed, maybe? He's got a galaxy effect, so maybe there's something astral about them that I'm missing. But here, I can see it much more clearly, so this is solving a lot of clarity issues for me that I didn't really point out all the way, I guess, where we were looking before. She's connected to a moon god. Oh, okay, checks out. Maybe I'd want a little bit more of the crescent shape or something else hinting at it throughout the body, but it kind of works. Kind of like light and dark dimensions. Okay, I see. Moon Knight's gotta be precise. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I have a point of reference for that. Hi, Ruka. But clarity, better in this skin. Color design and color palette, better in this skin. Does it solve anything for Silhouette? No. But I still think this takes her in a couple steps that she needed towards having a higher score. But overall, I still think this is one of the stronger characters in the game. I might be able to get through a lot more of these designs than I thought I would today. I'm like fully locked in for some reason. It's probably because I have no attachment to these characters, but I'm familiar with them, which is a combo we have never had before. We've had I know nothing about characters, therefore to figure out what's going on with them before with most of the gacha games, and then we did Guilty Gear, where I kind of know what's going on, and I'm really attached to them, so I can just spend forever gloating about the things I like about them. But with this one, I am on some level familiar, but then at the same time, I'm not attached to them, so I'm critical, but I might not have a ton to say about every single one. So, next we have one that I'm not familiar with, and that somebody very helpfully noted is from a mobile game? This is Luna Snow. She is cute. I'll put her here for a second so we can look at her. And I'm going to take another sippy of my Gingy Ale and maybe eat a square-shaped cracker that I cannot discuss the name of. A square cheddar cracker, who I am betraying my fish crackers to speak about. K-pop idol. You know, I can kind of see that looking at her. Just a K-pop mutant, that's all I know about her. Oh, the one character no one knows much about, Luna Snow. There's a reason I wanted to bring her up and wanted to have her as one we're looking at here today. She's not a mutant. Okay, never mind. Marvel tried to tap into the K-pop audience. I'm gonna guess how that went, considering you people just told me that you don't know about her. Does give the KDA vibe a little bit. This one, I feel like part of the reason I pulled it was because she checks the boxes for my VTuber design tropes. She has asymmetrical socks, she has heterochromia, she has color split hair. She does not have super duper long hair, which I do appreciate. I like that this game has variety in hair lengths. That's something that I got so frustrated with in gacha games with their female characters. This game is not afraid to give their female characters distinctly, vastly different hair colors. But once again, we're gonna do like a, all right, silhouette. Her hair and her collar. Cool, she's got this one thing on her arm. It's okay. Not super standout in silhouette. But she's a little bit more than some of the others, I guess. Got her powers in the middle of a performance because some of the generator hidden under the stage on her villain, the issue printers disappeared from the story, I think? Oh, okay. Creative for the Korean market for another game. I see. From an accident where she was singing at Stark Tower with her group. Oh man, Tony, you're gonna hear from my lawyers about this one. No one know who Luna and Galacta are if not for Rivals. I wouldn't know who Cloak and Dagger were if not for Rivals, and there's a couple other ones I wouldn't know. But it does help, at least. And I'm sure people who are more interested in Marvel would be more familiar than I am. That's more so a skill issue on my part. I didn't drink the ginger ale I said I was going to drink. Oh, I'm going to choke on my ginger ale. The roommate sound effect is so silly. Hi, Captain Melaluna. Roommates, I want you guys to know that it plays that sound when people subscribe to, and if people gift subs, it'll throw a number of random shroommates at me. They're all different colors, and they all have a different noise, so it'll be like 9 different little creatures. You went, so silly. I do the 3 of them from outside the video games. I don't blame anyone for not knowing them. That's fair. That's fair. Will we be looking at Magik, perhaps? So, I have this one, and also 2 more after it prepared. So, at that point, we will open up to looking at whoever you want. I am, like, schmoovin' today. Shumates, are you proud of me? I'm getting it done. Oh. Selma, thank you for gifting a sub. I appreciate it. Did you hear he made the noise and now he's stuck to me? Look at him. Gary, look, your brother's here. Thank you, Selma, for gifting a sub. Can we rotate for Selma, pretty please? Nocturne, was that a targeted, sporing, Selma? Was that targeted? I shall gift 10 subs for Magik. Ehehe, say no more. I'm kidding. You cannot buy my... You cannot buy my perusal of characters. But we will get to look at some characters you guys get to decide. Which is unusual! We don't usually get to do that! We'll get to let you pick some. Very much so, it's what I do. I see, there you go. Sniped. 50. Mythic, are you threatening me? What's going on here? We will look at a number of other characters you guys pick. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'll make no promises right this second. You can buy a membership to unauthorized group though? What, Selma? Huh? Question mark? She decided instead of giving up and dying, gonna break the generator and something, now she's ice powers. Oh, lore for this girly, I see. In case you're wondering, Galactus' race reproduce asexually, so her being pregnant is just a thing that happened. Who? What are you talking about? Huh? I don't know who that is. I'm fully lost at this point. So, we will look at a variety of characters after getting through the couple that I had pre-prepared. We can choose which ones we want to look at. We will choose. Talked about Galacta. I don't know who that is. I'll figure out who that is, I'm sure. We're lore dumping about characters, which I appreciate. We'll look at some of them. We'll get there. But first, we gotta look at Luna Snow. She is a strategist. Visibly, would I know that from looking at her, I say. Unclear. She doesn't look like she'd be a frontline battler in any manner. She feels like she may have some sort of magic element going on from the funky thing happening on her arm? But I feel like I may have been a little bit at a loss for trying to figure out what her deal is. She does have light and dark ice powers, I do see. I dare you to gift subs. You can dare people to do whatever you want. I can't control them. Strategists are healers like Jeff. Oh, okay, so strategist just means healer in this game. Strategist is support. Okay. I see. Heals by dancing to people. Healer. Okay, I see. That makes more sense. She looks like she could be a dancer, so that checks out. Okay, I was thinking strategist too much in the war strategist manner. What characters have we already seen? We went through, quick recap. Cap, 7.5 out of 10. Black Widow, 5.5 out of 10. Iron Man, 7 out of 10. Jeff, 10 out of 10. Cloak and Dagger, 9.5 and 7.5 respectively. And we're on Luna now. She's Princess Tutu. You guys are confusing me. Yeah, we're Captain Americaing it. Yes. So, Luna Snow. Can I tell that she's a snow motif happening in her? Oh yeah, for sure, because they stuck the decal of a snowflake in her clothing. They put a moon on it too. Her name is Luna, so there's a moon element. They are not really integrated into her design. They're just kind of treated like decals once again. It seems to be the running trend for this game. Like, we could be shaping parts of her clothing to look like a snowflake or a crescent moon. We could be referencing it in the shape of her clothes or in her hair or in some other way other than just giving us the cookie cutter shape of it. When I say a decal, that's what I mean. It looks like you took a stamp of a shape and you pinned them to the character, and that is our intent. Does it work to let us know what the character is about on some level? Yes. But I fear that it is not as well integrated as it could be. Maybe. Jacket could have ice spikes. It already has. We can't really, like, rotate her to look at it, which kind of is bugging me. Because this is giving us, like, an underneath angle. She has some spikes on her shoulder already because they're padded. But, like, that could be neat. I don't know. I feel like we could integrate it a little more. Oh, yep, do your little dance, girl. Her earrings are icicles. They are icicles, but they're flat on the side. So, like, not fully, maybe. But it is at least helping. They're doing some, like, weird snapping also. How does the shirt work? Great question. I think it's a shirt. It just has straps. I used to own a shirt that was kind of like this, so I think it'll work okay. I think it'll be all right. Oh, get K-pop, but not a ton of ice. I get K-pop from her outfit. It is very K-pop inspired in the shape language for me, at least. And also the just craziness of the layering of the top, the fact that it's slightly asymmetrical, you know, the shorts being kind of lower on one side. She's given the pop aspect for sure. Split-dyed hair is cute. It's trendy. The only places I'm really getting the ice are from her decals and the way that her arm is detailed. But I have to be so honest with you, the arm is so distracting to me, where focally, if she holds still, it's not as bad, but because of the level of detail in the rendering on her arm, it really ends up drawing my attention. There's just so many more little triangles in here than anywhere else on her design. And I wish if they were going for an angle of, oh, her arm is made of ice, they'd make it more jagged or something maybe. Maybe make it a little bit less reflective. Maybe just give it like a general holographic sheen. It's just too faceted, mayhaps. For me, I wish this texturing, because it is one of the things that is making me go in the direction of thinking, oh, you know, ice as part of her character. What if this was like in her hair or something else instead? This could still be like a white sleeve or a holographic sleeve or something, but if we're going to use this sort of texturing, maybe put it in her hair instead. It's just a little too much for me in focal point. But blue is fine. She's one of those designs where, despite the fact that she doesn't have a ton of color variation, she doesn't feel lackluster in her color department because of the color tone variation. This is more navy blue. We've got more purples in the blue on the other stocking. She has, you know, this warmer blue that's happening on her shoulder. This transitions from more purple undertones to more green undertones. They've made the area behind her head fully in that sort of teal color zone, which is helping make her head more focal. The split-dyed hair helps make her head more focal. So the colors work for me mostly, and the legs being very dark does push the focal point up the body for me. This does work as far as focal point goes for the most part for me. Frostclamp will likely be the one claiming the crystal aesthetic. Oh, okay. So they were, I guess, saving that for her, maybe? I don't know. It seems like it's missing something. She was invented for the Marvel mobile game. What mobile game? Is it the one... Oh, I don't know what it's called. There's one that Stream Elements keeps being like, hey, you should take a sponsorship for this one. You should play this one and get the Shoemates to play this one. I'm like, I've never heard of this game. That's not happening. Is it that one? It might be. Not that you guys have any way of knowing which one I'm talking about is. Raid Shadow? No, not Raid Shadow Legends. Although Raid Shadow Legends does appear quite often to me also. It's usually like Raid Shadow Legends and here, wait, I can actually tell you what the list of ones is right now, where it's like, no, not Marvel Snap. I know Marvel Snap is. I might consider, if I was offered one for that, I might actually consider it, just because I like strategy games, and I like Magic the Gathering and stuff like that, so I might be open to that, but it's like, where is it? Marvel Strike Force. Squad-based RPG. That's the game that it wants me to do. Raid Shadow Legends is also very much there. Call of Dragons. There's a ton of games that I've never heard of, mostly. I'm not gamer, so we will not be partaking in any of that, likely. That one. Do we have thoughts about that one? Is it the one with Magical Girl Venom? Oh my god, I want to see a Magical Girl version of Venom. That sounds cute. Put our old design in live suggestions, but it's just a generic design. I'll take a look. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, it is a little... Yeah, they made her less generic. And this is one of those cases where I'm glad they removed the weird tech elements from her, because it's making her too similar to other characters. I'm glad they leaned more fully into the K-pop outfit angle of the design. Her comic came out in 2019, but that's her only comic so far. Ah. I think this is definitely an upgrade from this comic iteration. I'm glad they went from more cooler, more blue in the undertone instead of teal for the most part, because that also makes the ice angle read a little bit more clearly. She definitely feels less generic. Her hair shape being better considered. She feels much more like she's upbeat and positive and maybe like a little bit more goofy or silly or friendly. As a result, here the hair being longer and down maybe does feel a little bit more K-pop in the hair shape, but I like this. This adds a layer of spunkiness and also adds to her silhouette in a way that I appreciate. Oh, Mag Monique, thank you for following. Luna Snow's from Marvel Future Fight. See, I guess she is from the future, but this outfit works better. I get kind of worn out of all the tech-adjacent costumes. We can do other things. I think we can do other things. I say as we're almost going to look at another one of them soon. But for her, we start grading. So we kind of talked through a number of things. Silhouette. Her silhouette is better than a lot of the other girlies, but once again, her clothes don't really add much to it, unfortunately. The collar of her shirt adds... I'm not going to count her jacket because it's doing the exact same thing as Dagger's jacket does in the exact same area of the body. Her keychain adds at least a little bit. Her hair adds some, but all the girlies kind of have different haircuts. And there's a little bit of variation happening on her shoulder where she's got those belts and on her wrist on that side. So I will give her more points. Oh wait, that didn't draw before. I will give her more points than the other girls had. Not perfect. I want more. But she's doing better than the other girlies, at least. Hello, can't believe you were in my recommendations on my VTuber character design video on YouTube. Oh, nice. Hello, you found me. I'm here. Not Cable. Cable? We even no Cable. Not yet. No one can beat Cable when it comes to tech costumes. We're not looking at Cable yet. Is Cable in this game? I'm not sure. I don't recall. I have not looked at the roster that thoroughly. So, no. Okay. Cable's fine. He's fully metallic. That's like his whole thing. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Color palette. Hers is more interesting than a lot of the other designs that tend to be a color, a black and white. So I'll give her that. Give her points. Complexity versus clarity. I enjoy that she has some asymmetry in her design. I think she might actually be the first one we've looked at that isn't symmetrical. That's crazy, actually, that she is. But I enjoy that despite being asymmetrical, she still has asymmetrical balance. She doesn't feel like she's leaning too far to one side or the other because of it. And the level of detail feels fitting for the type of fashion she's referencing, so I would give her full points for that. Focal point is where she ends up falling a little short for me because that arm, man, that crystalline arm, man, is that distracting. I would put that, like, maybe right here once again. That's where her powers are emanating from. I could see a case for it, but she's using her other hand, and it's the hand that's darker, which is the hand that is less focal. So I don't know if the case can be fully made. Concept and motifs. I can see the K-pop angle. She looks like somebody who can dance. I see the ice elements and the moon elements. They're a little bit more subtle. I feel like there's ways we could bring them out a little bit better, perhaps, but she's most of the way there, I would say. I'm gonna be the actually guy. Go for it. Be the actually guy. You guys are welcome to be actually guys. I don't know as much about these things as you guys often do, so you're welcome to dispute me on things if you have other feelings about what I'm grading. A lot of what informs, you know, my understanding of characters is a little bit of back and forth. Luna's a human mutate, like Spider-Man, Storm, and Wolverine are mutants. Okay. Okay. So not fully. I see. Actually matches the item isn't too bad noticeable, probably because I'm paying attention to my teammates and not myself. In game, it might not be as noticeable, but you probably are more focused on yourself, perhaps. Her rival's outfit is based on her base design from a different Marvel game called Marvel Future Fight. Put a few images in live suggestions. Let me check that one out too, and then we'll look at her skins. Whoops, that's my folders. Let's see. Oh, hi. This is crazy. I don't know how I feel about this. That's too much. That is so much banding happening. That's just weird. Oh, if this is the basis, I could see that being the basis. I can't copy paste it. This feels like a more polished version of this image that you sent. This one feels like, there we go. This feels like a wet dog version again. She's like weirdly desaturated. The anatomy's slightly strange. I don't know if the socks and the arm sock fully make sense to me. And the hair is in a style where I don't think a K-pop girly would actually wear it. So this for sure is an upgrade from this for me. Thank you for sending it. Turn mutant refers to those born with the X gene. Ah, mutant is very specific. She got mutated, but she is not a mutant. Yes, mutate becomes superpowered person. Mutant. Oh, I'll try and figure that one out. I'll learn. I'll figure it out. Did I get all my numbers? Did we get all the funny numbers? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. Ouch! There really is an average here of like a 7.5. Darn, I thought it was higher. I'll give you your 7.5, girl. You could use a little more iterating still, maybe. I might also be being a little more critical because we came off of Guilty Gear, and so many of those were very strong. Looks like a cosplay that's forced to cosplay Luna. Oh, and the other version, a little bit. Snack! I will partake in a little snack. Probably way to distinguish X-Men from other comics. Yeah, that makes sense. Wish they'd done comic book Hawkeye so we could have our funny purple man. We'll get to Hawkeye. He's not next. There's one more person before Hawkeye, which is Wolverine. Let me tell you my first impression of him. I looked at him and to Billy said, I went, this looks like a Sky High character. I was like, huh? Listen, I appreciate the issue I take here is not with the proportioning. I like the proportioning. I think the proportioning is fantastic, actually, because it sets him apart from the other characters. But what is going on with the goofy, fashion? What is happening? Oh, wait, hang on, we're distracted. We'll get to him. We're supposed to look at her skins really quick. Wait, fast speed run of the clothing before we look at his goofy, outfit. Base outfit, fine. Billy calls this the Miku outfit for Luna Snow. This just looks like an entirely different character. Yeah, she's got teal pigtails. I'm sure she's partially inspired by virtual pop star sensation Hatsune Miku. This is just an entirely different character to me. She looks so different. They changed the color of her split hair. They changed the hair silhouette, which are the only defining features of her before. You've lost me. It's really cute. Don't be wrong. It is really cute, but it's not her anymore. I've lost her in it. This is a different character. But this is how I wish that her arm was handled. I wish her arm was like this in the other version instead. It could be blue on the inside and have the holographic sort of plastic on the outside of it, so it feels future and techy, but less distracting. Yeah. It does also look kind of Pokemon-y. This one, to me, is a disaster. I would love to know how many steps of approval this outfit went through, because I'm really perplexed here. There's just too much detail kind of everywhere for me. The silhouette is kind of everywhere. It's too busy. This feels unrefined. It feels like aspects are not as exaggerated as they need to be for it to visually make sense. This feels like a first iteration of a Snow Miku design before you have gone back after, taking a Snork me. You haven't gone back to it with fresh eyes and gone, oh, whoa. And yeah, the background is not helping. This, to me, is like a 3 out of 10. It's too busy. There's too much happening. It's weirdly, washed out. The exaggeration is not enough. The silhouette is slightly stronger, but not as much as it could have been. I don't like this one. I am personally not a fan of this one. I feel like it doesn't have as strong of exaggeration as other parts do. Her hair, by being lighter, makes it look makes her face less focal. Yeah, it feels kind of amateur fashion designer-y. Granted, I'm not a great fashion designer. We know this, but I don't claim that I can do better. However, oh no, only the shiny pattern was switched from the bottom to the top. Yeah, and like, did we need to have... Hear me, listen, so here's all the motifs happening. We have crystal, we have a different style of crystal that's super shiny. We have lace, we have like almost a veil. We have the snowflakes, we have belts, we have gloves. I don't know. Just messy. Yeah, if Ruku says it's messy, listen. If our resident fashionistas in the shroom state say it's messy, it's messy. One of the issues I have with the Marvel Rivals skins is inconsistency of who is who. Yeah. Too many textiles conflicting, too many different patterns. I don't know. Had nothing to go off of other than a bland jumpsuit with her. I promise you there was a way of making this working, even without even having to change the silhouette really at all. I think it's a color and pattern issue. It's just not coordinated. The crystal under the belt, that'd be better. Yeah, it's just too much. It's just too much. That's why I wanted to talk about it. This is a cute recolor. This feels like a villain variant to me. It's cute. Also seems like she could maybe friends with the Hulk, but we've completely lost the aspect of snow. So I lose entirely her concept with this, unfortunately, but it is cute. It's cute, still. Green is cute. Yeah, Disney evil green. It's K-pop Shigo, yes. But I just lose who she is in it. It's not one of the worst recolors. But I lose her a little bit in it. Just had a new skin announced today that looks looks fun, less ice, but more cohesive. That's good. There's a way of making that work, and she's cute otherwise. I feel like she deserves better. But you'll see, I think that's a common thought for me. If we look at Invisible Woman, I think she also has a dress skin that I'm like, wow, what was a thought here? Question mark. Anyways, this guy. So, what we can't see happening here that you just watched happen in the animation is his entire silhouette. I love what they did for his hair. It's so goofy. I think it's the best way they have ever handled Logan's like funky beard mutton chop hair situation. It looks so silly, but I kind of love it. He's 5'3" canonically, according to ancient character encyclopedia I have. Short King! Greatest comic book Short King. I love that he is so much wider and more stocky. He is still taller than me also, yes. But I love that he is more... He's not a Dorito. He's so much wider. And he's got shoulder pads that give him interesting shoulder silhouette and his head proportioning to his shoulders. He doesn't have the thing that Iron Man and Cap have, where they make their... What are these, your lat muscles? What are these called? I don't know what those are called. These ones. Those muscles. They make the slope of that so extreme for both Captain America and Iron Man and some of the other male characters. I get we're going for muscular, but it makes their silhouettes too similar. They've made him so flat and pointy across the shoulder that it makes him stand out more clearly in his silhouette. Yippee! I'm happy about it. Once we add in the weaponry of his little claws and you add in the animation of his beard and hair going crazy, he actually has a good silhouette compared to the other dudes in this game. Oh, Peachy Petals, thank you for subscribing. Look at this little guy. Did you hear the noise? Look, that's you, Peachy Petals. Thank you for subscribing. I'm honored you'd use your Prime sub for me. Hope you enjoy getting to rotate with the shroommates. He went, oi. By the way, I posted Magical Girl Venom. Thank you, Aaron. I'll take a look at it. Should I give him some crazy arm hair for silhouette? You read my mind. Wordy. I was gonna say, I kind of wanted him to have like real crazy hair on the back of his arms and like the back of his hands. I know that they just wanted to paint it on and didn't want to have to model and have more things to rig for physics, but I feel like that would have been fun. Come on. But otherwise, he has a better silhouette than most of the other dudes because he is not the same stock standard body type. And for him, the fact that his like forearms and hands are so much bigger than his head is fine because we're supposed to be focusing on them anyway. That's where his attacks are coming from. He's gonna punch you. My complaint here about this design is something in the colors is just so goofy. That combined with his silhouette, he's so goofy. It works for me much better in this art here because take a notice with me. The yellow, it's much more muted. It's a little more mustardy. It goes into brown tones in the shadows much more. This blue is more royal and closer to navy than this brighter, almost local color of blue. He just feels funky. He just feels silly. I know this is his like real color palette. I know it's X-Men colors, but use this one. This is the same thing. It reads more or less the same to us. I think if they would have just gone with this more muted palette, people would not have inherently complained about it. He just feels too goofy. He's so exaggerated that with the colors, he feels sky high to me. He feels off-brand superhero a little bit with it. I know it's his original colors. I get it. But I don't know. He's allowed to be goofy too, but tonally with the rest of the characters in the game, he feels a little at odds to me. Yeah. Or weathered a bit. Yeah, or weather it a bit. I'm sure this guy is a man who's getting in there and getting his hands dirty. He's in the fight. He's on the front lines. He's using his little knuckle daggers to like slice, 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 punch, stab. Weathered a bit. Show us that he's seen a fair few fights. He's a little bit of a rugged dude, it seems like, unless there's something in his character which is like a Gap Moe-esque thing of him being, oh, he's so rugged and like manly and hairy looking and all of those things, but oh, he likes to be really pristine and clean in his clothing, his presentation. I don't know enough about his personality to know that. But, nah, that man's stinky. If he's stinky, let me see it. I want to see it. Grunge him up a little bit. People still love him. People loved Junkrat. And that man was grungy. Grunge Wolverine up some. Not that Junkrat is in any way similar to Wolverine. Just shows that you can grunge up a guy and people will still be like, ah, hot man, I like him. Come on. Yeah, see that stank aura. Give me the smelly Riz. I'm kidding. That was a horrible sentence. Goodbye! I'm leaving stream now. I shouldn't have said that. That's okay. What do they do with Junkrat's update? No, this is not Junkrat. No. By Gap Moe, you mean alcoholic, cold, short-tempered. No, so not Gap Moe at all, even slightly. Everyone has their type. Yeah, I'm not judging anyone for having their type in that. But yeah, it's weird. And yeah, the shoes are not helping. The shoes make him seem goofy also. If he's throwing kicks, I can see why they may want to make his shoes more visible. Making them white will make them easier for us to just see and discern. When they're flying towards you, hit you in the face. I don't know why he'd need to kick when he's got his, like, knuckle knives, but the white shoes are odd. And they end up being, somehow, slightly focal. Yeah, they could have been brown, and that may have worked a little better. I don't know. Fun censorship fact, the metal bits in his hands would make him more family-friendly. Originally, his claws cut through his hands every time. Ouch! Ouchie! I appreciate them because it tells me what's a little bit more of what's going on with this character, even when he hasn't fully done his animation that has them out. It lets me know there's something more to him. It adds a little more mystery. If he had big bloody scars on the back of his hand, that would do probably a similar task. But I'm glad it's happening. Yeah, it's so 80s it burns. I like the 80s. I love 80s as far as like, I love the shoulder pads. The shoulder pads are fantastic. I love the jacket. I like the little belt around the waist of the jacket. I like that he's got his Wolverine stripes on his sides. It's good. He's got his X on the back. However, the boots, we could have given him 80s boots. These just feel a little bit too goofy. 80s were all about more is more. I guess so. It just tonally feels sort of at odds with the rest of him for me. When we get into Street Fighter, it does feel kind of Street Fighter-y too. That's true. White shoes are so you can position him for a fastball special. What? I don't know what that means, but sure. Just throwing them kids in the woods and waiting? What? I don't know what you guys are talking about. But anyways, his colors make him feel a little goofy. His shoes make him feel a little goofy. Hi, Billy. Unfortunately, we did do Cloak and Dagger already. I can go back and just show you the grades, but you may have to check VOD for that one. Also, Billy, they like your voice in the in the Shroommates. The thing in the Hulk, yeet him at enemies? Oh, pretty good. Fastball special. Oh, okay. So the shoes, I guess, lead. I see. Found the encyclopedia. Also, white shoes means his shoes never get dirty, and I don't like that. Yeah! Honestly, you could leave the shoes white, but grunge them up. Make them dirty, make them funky, make them gross. I don't mind them as much here because notice for me. Marvel Rivals, their illustrators know how to do it. That classic thing we talk about. Sweeping gradient from the bottom of the design to the top. Darker down here, lighter up here, pushes the focal point. But by making the shoes gray, they feel less goofy. They don't feel nearly as goofy when they're gray. And they feel just a little bit dingier, grungier, which I appreciate. Fastball specials when a large character or the thing turns them into a fur missile. That's so goofy. That's fun as a mechanic that they have, like, combined specials with other characters. I like that as, like, a gameplay mechanic. That's cute. Oh, he's got a wrestling or just at least a big belt buckle on, too. So, color. Silhouette. Yippee! What have I not talked about this man yet? What have I missed? I gotta figure out, I gotta look at my chart. Color. Desaturate him a little bit. This is a thing that I never say, almost ever. Desaturate him some, the shoes maybe should not be white. He's going right here. Silhouette. He's the first man, actually not true. Cloak got it full points on silhouette. Second man to get full points on silhouette, especially when he's in his animation where he's doing his crazy beard hair thing. It's fantastic. I love it. I love the exaggeration of it. It's good. I like his proportioning as well. Complexity versus clarity. Another character where I feel like he has enough design elements to tell us who he is and make his clothing feel realistic. Like, you know, we can see some of the construction lines of his jacket, which is nice. It adds detail without being overwhelming. But we haven't added extraneous extra detail for the sake of detail and for the sake of making him seem fancy or be perceived that way. He's well balanced. Why'd I have to click out of the window with my pen? Full points. Focal points. For me, the jacket ends up being just the entire thing I look at. I do make it to his face eventually because of the contrast with his dark hair framing his face, and the blue brings me higher up in the design. So it does have mostly an upper half focus, but the shoes being so bright are quite distracting. Make them worn, make them darker. They're distracting me. If they're for mechanic reasons, I won't take off full points for it. If they're so we can see the feet in the fastball special, so you can see it coming at you, fine. I'll give it a 1 for focal. It's okay. Right in the middle of the road. And then for concept and motifs, it's Wolverine. Despite this being to me at least, very different version of Wolverine from what I'm familiar with, I can tell it's him. The colors sell it. The striping on the sides of his jacket sell it. The crazy mutton chop beard situation sells it. His eyebrows sell it. I mean, of course, his Wolverine saber, knife, back of hand things, that probably is a better word, also work. But even without them, I can still identify that. I can still identify who he is. I can tell that he is probably a frontline-ish type of character. He's built to look like he's a little more tanky, maybe. I see what his deal is. So for concept, I don't really have any questions. And it seems like he is supposed to be someone who is centuries old, so he's supposed to feel a little bit retro in his outfit. I'm picking up everything he's putting down. Not Wolverine, that's why, oh, not Wolverine, that's Wideverine, yes. He looks shortish, because he is short, Riraku. They were telling me he's a short king. Apparently he's 5'3". So he does feel kind of short. Which is also wild. The reason he feels short is because his head is bigger proportionally compared to the rest of his body. That's what makes him feel short. He's wide. But you'll notice that a lot of the other male Marvel characters have, like, the heroic proportions, where their head proportion to the rest of their body is, like, 9 heads tall? 8 heads tall? Something like that. This fella, on the other hand, might be closer to 7, which is still on the tall side of humans, but he feels shorter. He's not 5'3", unfortunately. Oh, no. When can you set up my pie crew? That is usually, once there's enough of them, I'll set them up, but that might be a tomorrow morning task, so maybe therefore tomorrow. Wolverine, yes. Bullywog, thank you for following. He's also like 7 heads wide. It's the exaggeration, baby! We love to see it. We love short King Verine. We love short, wide King Verine. He's fairly tanky in game too. Perfect, perfect. It works out, it checks out. If there's anyone shorter than him, it'd be Bruce Banner. We may get to Brucey. We'll see Bruce perhaps later. But Wolverine, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. That seems right. Other than the fact he's got a little bit of goofiness going on for me, I think this is a good interpretation of him. This feels like a high school jock in a fun way. This is a fresh take on Wolverine for me, where he doesn't feel, I feel before he was a little bit stuffy, and he felt, I don't know. There's some silliness to the way he used to be. We'll see it in his other ones. This guy's so sleek. It's fine. The silhouette is also better than a lot of the other lads. This is the one that I associate with him more closely. Boy, they love the sleek thing around the head for superheroes. I like being able to see his hair better. I like the long flowing locks. They provide opportunity for movement. For this design has no secondary movement, much like Cap and Iron Man. Sad. Missed opportunity for interesting animation. Sad. Also, not so fun fact, Wolverine's ridiculously strong healing ability made him an unwilling test subject a lot. I can imagine how that would go, yeah. That is unfortunate. Well, in every world, there is evil. Any power you have for good, someone will find a way to be made bad. Looks closer to the first comic appearance. Yeah, this is the more classic costume for him. I still think his classic costume's a little goofy, and the color proportioning for me is actually worse. The focal point is kind of all over the place. It's too much yellow for me, but well. We see the ninja lady. Maybe. After the next one, we'll take some requests from the Shrewmates of which one to do. I feel like the costume of classic just feels like it's missing something. Yeah, like the belt could be blue or black. The black could be more throughout the rest of the design. I just feel like it's not fully fleshed out in the color department. Honestly, that's more the problem with most of these, is just the colors aren't quite there. Something that I think of often when I look at these sort of tech-y styled bodysuits or hero outfits is that there's a way to do color proportioning with very little colors very well. Do you know who does it? Oh, I don't know who does it, apparently. Apparently I can't have buttons. Gundam. Gundam does it. Hi, I'm here. I'm supposed to be this close to you. Gundam does it a lot. They managed to make mostly monochromatic or designs that have only one or two colors work very well in heroic proportioning in a way that I feel like Marvel superheroes don't, and I feel like we could take a page out of the Gunpla book for where we place colors in design and for placing, you know, white and black and the proportioning of neutrals as opposed to your bright, bold colors. There's a way that I think it works better in some places that I feel maybe missing here. Yeah, too yellow. Oh, your VTuber model's so cute. Thank you. I made it myself. I have perpetual Miku pigtails right now because it won't toggle off. I am not normally Miku. I'm usually just a shroom. But also, thank you for following. The belt having the only red is bothering me so much. That's also true. The belt also having the only red. Oh, that does bother me the more I look at it. This, not as good. This, better. Better. I like this better. Classic Gundam colors, red, white, blue, and gold, and it works in every design, yes. And they do red, white, and blue in a way that doesn't feel Murica. And the ones that they do have that have green or purple or secondary colors works fantastically. And despite most of the Gundams having mostly the same color palette, they all feel very distinct because their silhouettes are distinct and their color variation is distinct. Oh. Anyways, we'll talk about Gundam another day. I like it. They do very well with their color placement for clarity's sake and for not goofiness feeling. Yeah. Would have looked better if they adapted the sleeveless version from the same movie. Oh, this one? Oh, if his arms were out, I could see that working better for proportioning. Maybe if his arms were out and there was blue or like a dark color down here, I would like it. Hi, I'm T-posing. I'm hiding. Hey, did you know I have merch? As I'm hanging out over here. Squiiji University merch. It exists. Some people have received theirs already. It's being delivered. Mine is supposed to be here tomorrow. I'm excited. If you want merch, exclamation point merch. It exists. You can have a nice hat or even a mug if you so wish. If his arms were out, I'd have bought the skin, to be honest. Billy, you're so predictable. You're so predictable. This haircut tells me everything I need to know about your preference about this character. Finally got my magnet, so I have everything. Yay! Someone, can I see the magnet? I want to see the magnet. I'll have to check media to see if you guys have posted more of your merch. So I want to see how the magnets turned out. My magnet should be here tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. Give me a sec. Yay! Yippee! Thank you. Remember hearing the creator of Gundam didn't like the red and blue? He originally wanted green and brown. Green and brown would have been so military-y. Honestly, I feel like he could have made it work and it would have been fine, but I don't know. I like it. I like Gundam the way they did it.
Gary was covered up by the merch advertising for a bit. Also, Gary
Sorry,
would
Gary.
like to try something. Ooh ee ah ee ee ooh ee 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 ah ee ee.
Oh, that's fantastic, Gary. Ooh ee ah ah ooh ee ah ee. That was good, Gary. Very good. Thank you. I'm sorry you were covered by the merch there for a second, but you are also on that rotating thing up there. Garyception. There's two of you. Hello, man. How you doing? The design of Hanu, which is the wolf, is a casual suit and tie hat. It's much wolf aura. Okay. Interesting. This skin comes with Madonna for morale boost. What? What do you mean? Oh man, you yoinked my polys. Now I take up like a third of the screen. Hey, give me my polys back. Billy, I need those. Yeah, there's a little poly redeem. Oh, look, my pigtails are still in here. The Miku pigtails prevail. Can't wait for you to see his Weapon X skin. Okay, here, wait. We'll look at the two other he has here. So, Lone Wolf. This just feels like an evil variant of him. And somehow the white boots actually kind of feel like they work better for me in this version of the skin. And he feels more like that one Sky High character. You know, the guy that the redhead was interested in? That one. Feels like, that one. Like this one better. Part of me does like it better. He's less recognizably Wolverine immediately, at least right out the gate. But I like that the colors are more subdued, and this gradient in the jacket makes me wish the gradient was also in this jacket, because it does feel more rugged for sure, I agree. Lone Wolf. War and Peace, the son of a villain and hero with that name. I see. But I feel like having that nice gradient on this jacket would make it feel a little grungier. What is this thing? What is this? Oh, we got a Castlevania looking man. Is this gonna be like a Trevor Belmont? For me, the boots take more of the focus on this one. Oh, they felt a little bit less unusual in that other one. Oh, this is just an entirely different character. They felt less unusual here for me because he's wearing a white undershirt and has more white throughout the design. Here, they're the only white in the design, which is really strange. This one, the white is more distributed, which is why I feel like it fits better, but it is still more focal, unfortunately. It's better in some ways and worse in others. Posted his new skin coming out in the live suggestions. Didn't realize I went to get a pic, but his hair's more shaped like how it does in the old animation in it. I'd be happy if they kept that hair shape for him, because I feel like that's most of why I like his silhouette. This is just an entirely different character. Oh, it's gonna make me watch the animation again. Oh, the animation again. This is just a different guy. Thank you for the ladder. This is a Belmont. Maybe. This is a totally different character. They've changed everything about him that made it clear who he was. And I've lost him in there somewhere. I can't see his hair because that's part of his silhouette. He's now a vampire hunter. I guess we're doing vampire versus werewolf. Maybe. Yeah, Logan Belmont. Guy. This just is a different guy. It's fine. It's alright. It's cool as an alternate skin, but it doesn't look like him. So on concept, I don't know if that one works. Who is this? Who is this man? Silhouette, good. I don't know who this is, though. Just feels his feet are bigger than his head. Most of his limbs are bigger than his head, it appears. Could have made the boots yellow, more cohesive. Mayhaps. The yellow might still be too focal, unfortunately. If we're taking the hat, it would be better. Yeah, if we took the hat, it might be better. But I feel like the hat ends up tying the outfit together in some way, where it is kind of important. I don't know. Yeah, I like the design in a vacuum, but it is not Wolverine, unfortunately, yes. I think that is a very succinct way of saying how I feel about this. Most of the skins can come from comics, by the way, per description below the skin names. This one first appears in Marvel Rivals Season 1, so this is not from any other media, it appears. Occasionally mentioned Dracula, implying he'll be part of the game at some point. I'm gonna guess so, considering a bunch of the characters have references to Dracula, mayhaps. So here, go back here, let me see what were sent in the live suggestions. Yay! Gundam with green and brown! He's cute. Whoa! Weapon X skin. Whoa! This is what I call an equality move. That's crazy! That's wild. I can not tell it's him still, unfortunately, because his hair's gone. People who are familiar with what this is referencing in his story might be able to see, but I call this an equality move for the, maybe for the girlies. Or for the gays and the girlies. Billy, I see you looking. I feel like this is equality for that one invisible girl skin. Yes. People would choose this skin for a variety of reasons. I don't read this as being him, once again, unfortunately. Holy muscle definition, also, yes. I fear he's not hairy enough, unfortunately. I fear that they should have made him hairier. Commit, come on. Come on, commit, come on. Wait, I wish that was real, but not, sadly. Oh, wait, it's not? It's not? I thought you guys were saying that that's gonna be... That was one that they had teased, perhaps. Were that in his origin when he's experimented on? Huh? Maybe not? Place an object that gives an even bigger pull. Yeah, they're doing phallic object. It's fine. This is looking his backstory. Okay, from when they tortured him. Yeah. Is this real or not? Is this not going to be real for his design in game? Not hairy enough. No, he's not hairy enough. That's what I said. So we get the top part of that helmet to read a bit better of the silhouette. I feel like they could have just made his hair stick out more. Do you see how there's like the hair down here? The hair could be like out here doing his hair silhouette thing, maybe. A person made that. I'm sure a person made that. Oh, it's not real. Oh, okay. False news here. False. This may not be a real skin. It's just one that could be cool. The only one that's currently new for him is the one I sent, to my knowledge. Which is the one you sent, Peachy? Where did you send it? Is it in live suggestions? Or is it in stream event? Oh, this one. This one. Oh. This has the hair exaggerated. This is so goofy. This feels so goofy to me. Aw, he's going to prom. Good for him. Billy, not you looking again. The eyeshadow. Oh, look at him. Yeah, he's got eyeshadow on for prom. He's just a little guy in a suit and his Phoenix bright hair. The silhouette is still there, which I'm glad for. You can still tell it's him. That's so funny. And an eye patch. What is the deal with the eye patch? I'm glad they kept his hair. That's funny. His gambling suit. You know, I guess I can see maybe the buttons are supposed to be some sort of rosette, but this looks like a prom getup to me. Casanova, maybe. It looks prom to me. They should have given him... Maybe they did and I just can't see it. The fashion knowers. What do you call the thing that you wear in fancy clothing that you wear around your waist? It's like the tiered looking silken dark thing around your waist. Cumberland? Is that what it's called? Cummerbund. No, I thought cummerbund was something else. Or is it? And I just don't know. For a gala. I guess that would make sense if he's doing black tie. Eye patch is definitely an accessory. He can't go blind. Oh, that's true. He'll just regenerate. Man. He said for the vibe of this gala, just one eye. For the vibe of this gala, zero depth perception at all. None. No, Blaze is right. Oh, cummerbund? Oh, okay. I don't know the word, so I never know if it is accurate. That's silly. I like it, though. Anyways, I have not eaten my cheddar square-shaped snack that was supposed to be eaten, like, 15 to 20 minutes ago. So I will do that while I open Hawkeye. There we go. It was cumber something. I thought a cummerbund was an entirely different thing. Which is on me. I thought cummerbund was the thing you used to hold your socks up. Although those are garters. Wait. I just don't know words, apparently. Cheddar cracker. Sock garters? Is that not what they're called? Things that hold your socks up. Those are called sock garters, right? Or is garter just when it's a belt that holds the socks up? I don't know the words for these fashion accessories. I know what they look like, but I don't know what they're called inherently. Just a normal dude, you know what that means? Another $20.99 design. Yeah. So, let me eat a not fish cracker. I looked at this yesterday with Billy and I was like, Hanzo? Question mark? Because you cannot tell me that this is not the silhouette of Hanzo in many ways. He looks like he's an archer with his hair pulled back in a ponytail, with little bits of his hair hanging down in the front, with one primary color in the design, quite busy. I really thought I saw this design somewhere out in the wild before, and I thought this was a skin for Hanzo. Based more so off Hawkeye's time as Ronin. Yes, Billy did inform me that this is for a point in time where he was in Japan, and he was, you know, more of a Ronin than the way we know him in maybe the movies? But I don't know. To my knowledge, the devs used to work on Overwatch. Yeah, this to me, is it cool? Yes. Is it too much? Also, yes. His hair is blending into his face. There's too much happening. Why does my man have like 90 tactical belts? I get he's just a dude. Making him more armored as just a dude makes sense. We're armoring him around his chest for coverage of his vital organs, but we're leaving his tummy open, so he's maneuverability. That's fine. Checks out. Knee pads, so he doesn't hurt his knees, but no armor on the legs. He's got tactical clothing that is meant to resemble some of the Ronin type armor. His name was literally Ronin. Oh, I see. We're doing shape language that is mimicking historic clothing in these, I don't know what they're called, but it is Japanese style armor that is worn over the sides of the legs. But he's just got like so many belts, so many lines. There's like banding happening. He just feels like a little bit too much for me. His skin's just somehow even more too much. Oh, boy. Post this comic design if you're curious. I will be curious. I will take a look when we get there, yeah. No butt. Oh, yeah, totally flat, this man. Unfortunate. And once again, if it were not for the fact that he has his one side of his body asymmetrical cloak or scarf, his arm is more or less going to be exactly the same as Iron Man and Captain America's. The bow tells us who he is more than anything about him seems to. And the fact that his hair is pulled back in such a sleek ponytail and his little front hair vents don't break his silhouette means that he's not really getting much silhouette out of his hair either. Who's this? Who is this? Ignore the bow. Who is that? Look me in the eye. Tell me who is that. Can you tell me who that is by just looking at it? Who is this? Actually, I should have done a test. Maybe I'll do this next time, where I will start us with a silhouette and make you guess who it is that we're looking at. Because the silhouettes, they're so lacking in this game. Why? It's Pikachu. It's Voltorb. It's Magneto. I don't know. I'm gonna make us do that next time. Kellum from Fire Emblem Awakening. No, it's not. Kellum is so much more exaggerated. Taskmaster. Yeah, I don't know who this is either way. Oh, don't know who this is without the silhouette. That's fair. Jigglypuff seen from above. Next time, I am for sure doing that. I'm not going to show you who they are, and I will just make you guess based on the silhouette. Hi, Hodgepodge! Class ended early, now I can make fun of Marvel designs. Yippee! Let's go! Congrats on getting out of class early. Ace Art, thank you for following also. That's the skeleton brother from Undertale. If it was Papyrus, I'd be like, sure. Is this a human papyrus? Maybe. Silhouette. No, not great. Choose very intensely. So, for me, someone who is not familiar with the Ronin iteration of Hawkeye, did I look at this and know it was Hawkeye? No, I had no clue. We played against this character. When I played with Billy, I had no clue who this was. At all. I figured it was a character I haven't heard of. Which to some degree, I guess it is, because Ronin is a different iteration of him that is different. But yeah, they didn't give him an archer build. Slimmer body, more sleek. I appreciate that they gave him the one arm out situation, but they could have given him the classic, like, chest protector on one side to, add more of the archer elements to the outfit. I don't know. This doesn't really work for me. Posted Hawkeye stuff in above Peachy's. Oh, thanks. I'll take a look. Spent $20 on a collector's edition of a Hawkeye comic, and I hate this. Oh. Oh. For me, this just has a bunch of issues with it. This just has a bunch of issues. Issues being, Hair, too close in color to his skin tone, blends together from a distance, unfortunately. That's a clarity problem. The color undertones are not so much of an issue for me. It's fine, otherwise the clarity is okay, so he's not losing all his points in color, just for the blending together. Silhouette. Who is this man? It's not a 0, but who is this man? Who? Tell me. Complexity versus clarity. He feels a bit over-detailed to me. I fear that I don't know, they're trying to compensate for the fact that he's human by trying to make him seem way more techy and cool and interesting, but quantity
just
of
throw the design away. I am not vibing with it for real, no capping.
Wow, Gary's got a strong opinion on this one. Gary hasn't really had much to say about any of these, Gary, man. You are not a Hawkeye fan, huh? Speak your mind. Go off. Gary, tell us how you feel. Tell us how you really feel. Gary said, move on. No, Captain? You're right, it's not Captain. We looked at Captain earlier, Gary. But complexity versus clarity. I feel like they're compensating for the fact that he's human and trying to make him more teched out to make him seem cooler. It's not working for me. It's too much. We get the point of what his character is without needing to add so many belts. Design's so bad, Gary had to speak up. You know it's not working for us when Gary has to say something. He didn't say anything about Black Widow, though. He's being polite, maybe. So, focal points for him. I think that's the only thing he has going for him. I do look at his head, because otherwise, everything is very purple and blue in undertone in the rest of his design. The only areas of warmth that is closer to yellow or peach or orange is in his skin and his hair, but his arm ends up being almost similarly focal. I don't know. A lot of superhero designs are best when stripped down, and this is not it. Yeah, it's not. This could be pared down more. Give me less. Give me less. So, focal point. It works. That's one of the only things he's doing. And then for his character, take his bow out of his hand, I would not know he's an archer. Other than if I saw the accessories that tell me he's an archer. I feel like he needs more signifiers of the archery aspect of his character. The quiver, I guess, helps. But the way he's dressed, his physique, isn't really telling me that. I can't look at him and know that it's Hawkeye, which is maybe a skill issue on my part for not being familiar with it. Unclear arm equals archer to me. I guess, but without the other clues, I don't know if I would have decided that. I may have just decided he's a Crom situation. Do you know who has one arm out in a manner that I'm not a fan of that is not an archer? Freaking Crom Fire Emblem. That man's not an archer. Why's he got one arm out? No clue. Would think he's an assassin like Widow. Based on his physique, I don't even know if I would have thought he was an assassin. The dark clothes maybe push me partially in that direction, and I know he does end up taking some of that role in the movies, where he's more of like a move in the dark at night, like he's a little more stealth-based. But the bright purple isn't really giving stealth. I don't know. Doesn't fully work for me. I'm losing him in the sauce. And my other question is, does Hawkeye have a secondary motif? What are his motifs? You think about the characters. Captain America, motif. Star, flag. You can see them, you know, those are things about him. Dagger, hers was a dagger. His is just a bow and arrow. It's just a bow and arrow. There's no hawk part to him as a character. What's the namesake? Hawkeye because he can see really well, but like maybe that could be visually in the design. He just ends up feeling a little almost generic to me. Bow and showmanship. Okay. Orple. that's not how that works. Maybe he just needs a secondary characteristic to feel more specific. I don't know. His comic helmet's pretty hawk-like. Yeah, like maybe bring some hawk elements in more. Pulls off trick shots. He doesn't look like a trick shot kind of guy to me. He doesn't really look like that much of a performer. I don't know. I think I put him here for concept, unfortunately. I think I'm getting lost on it. Hawk, eagle eye just means very keen sight. Yeah, it's a sniper-ish thing to say about him, but maybe there could be more of it coming in visually. I just feel like he needs a secondary design element other than he uses a bow. Like Hanzo, not to talk about Overwatch, has a secondary thing, which I think is that he's got some of his prosthetics, which makes sense of the tech elements being added. So then he has 2 elements. He's got the tech elements from that. Oh, and dragons also, notably. Yeah, that's true. Dragons and tech elements and bow. You want to have layers to a concept, and I fear this man is doing a VTuber thing, which is, it is Orpal and has bow, and that's it. You're thinking Genji. Oh, you're right. Genji is the robot-y one. I thought... Doesn't Hanzo have a prosthetic? Or does he not? Oh, he doesn't have prosthetics. Oh, whoopsie. Sorry, they're brothers, right? I've never played that game. No. Okay, I see. Whoops. Oh, I see. Okay. Slightly confused. But what I'm saying, layered concepts. We want layered concepts. This guy is like the VTuber thing, where VTubers will be like, I'm a pink cat. That's fine, but that's not a very layered concept that doesn't give us a lot to work with. This is a purple archer. We need more. Give me more. We need more layers to our concept to work with. Both have dragon motif and Japanese styling. Oh, that might be why I'm getting confused a little bit. Hawkeye's his name. Archers need good eyes. Why doesn't he have bird goggles like your graphic? Good question. I don't know.
Look at live suggestions for his original design and the Ronin look.
Bet. Thank you, Gary. Gary's on top of it. Gary's on top of it. Let me just give him his final grade, which is 2, 3, 4... 5 out of 10. Oh, boy. Oh, my man. Oh, ouch. Oh, ouch. I like him better in his concept art still, because his hair is more distinct from his face. There's more variety in the colors. Feels a little bit less overwhelming, but this one does not work for me super much. Let me see what you sent in live suggestions. Blue dragon, human, Hanzo. Green dragon, ninja, full bodysuit, prosthetic, Genji. But I got right that Hanzo's the one who has the bow, right? Question mark? Or do I have them fully confused? Am I undermining myself by not remembering? Ah. Wait. This is the original? You're saying this? This is the original Ronin? I like that they went for more Japanese influence in the clothing, since his name is Japanese. Clear reference there. But I think this is a better permutation. No, okay, wait, hang on, wrong one. Never mind. This one is just silly to me. The color proportioning is so unserious in the way that so many heroes are. Where is it? Let me see. Oh, here we go, Ronin. Whoa, this is totally different and once again not recognizably the same person at all to me. Because he's even got it. You took the one thing away from him that I said is his thing. Both of his things. Purple archer? This is a fully dressed in black nunchuck man. He's gone. He's lost. I've lost him completely. This is a different guy. His name is not Japanese. The name Ronin is Japanese. The name that he is. Not his first name. But the title we're referring to him by is. Original stories I'm working for Criminal Circus. He did trick shots, still decided to leave and took the name with him. Ah, okay. He isn't just an archer. I know he's not just an archer. I know he's not just an archer. But that's one of the key things that makes him recognizable as being himself. Those are his key traits, his defining traits. This looks like an entirely different guy to me. This is closer to looking like Hawkeye to me, which I think is a step in the right direction. I don't know. Let's look at his cosmetics fast quick. Ronin was a disguised Hawkeye, and readers didn't know it was Hawkeye for a good while. Okay, if he's not supposed to be recognizable as it, so that the readers, you know, get a little bit of a quick one pulled on him, I could see that. That's fine. If we're disguising traits intentionally as a part of story, that's fine. I'll give him that. That's fine. We won't worry about it. So, base design. Oh, this man only has 3 skins. How sad. Free fall. Has he always been blonde? I feel like maybe he has always been blonde, but I may have not registered he was always blonde. This feels more like what I'm used to seeing him as, but it still feels like a little bit silly. He looks like he's got sports sunglasses. Classic White Ranger situation. Oh, yeah. Wait, hang on. Is his hair, like, shifting across his head? Is there something happening with his rigging? Oh, no, it's just that the whole front is rigged together in a kind of funny manner, but it makes it look like his hairline is shifting. He's been blonde. See, here's the thing. I'm not good at identifying blonde on real people because I don't remember what his name is, who plays him in the Avengers. His hair is darker. What's his name? Jeremy? Jeremy something? His hair is, like, more dirty blonde, and in my brain, dirty blonde just ends up being brown. Take the glasses off and it'd be better. Yeah, this man's wearing his pit vipers. Jeremy Renner. Yeah, Jeremy Renner. Yeah. He's a little more dirty blonde to me, which I feel like works for the character. I don't know. That one has Pit Vipers. This one has... this is a 0 in the color category for me. Why would you make his arm pretty much the exact same color as the scarf? What was the thought here? What happened? Huh? I want to know, is it just because they wanted complementary colors? They were like, oh, he was purple before. What's the opposite of that? Yellow, gold. Why? We just got rid of all of the clarity. Maybe make it green, because we tend to associate green with being an archer. It's the Ronin colors. Great, but the colors are working better in the Ronin that we're looking at here. This is just blending into his skin. We can't really zoom out on him in this, unfortunately. But if I were to zoom out on this, all of this area of him would all become one big old blob. And same, like this arm becomes a part of the big old blob. If your character becomes a big old blob, disaster. Not great. No. This could have been a recolor that worked if we just recolored it with a different color. The color proportioning of where the yellow is located is totally fine. Just make it a different color. Make it like green. I don't know. Something else. Like this pink, this more magenta purple works. It still reads as purple. It's giving a different color. It feels fresh versus this cooler undertone purple. I don't know what's going on here. Amused by your disappointment. It's just one of those things where, like, I've worked with art directors before. If I were to submit something like this to an art director that has character design experience, they'd shake me by the shoulders and say, E.G., what are you doing? I just wonder how some of these things pass, because in character design, you have to go through, like, multiple levels of approval. It makes me wonder how many people this passed through who didn't see any of these things going on with it. I don't know. It just leaves me at a loss a little bit. Fear green would lean towards Green Arrow more. You're right, that's true. Maybe we go blue. That's Hanzo. Maybe we go teal. Miku. I don't know. Orange. Color that's just not the same undertone as his hair and skin. There's missing skin I put in live suggestions. Oh, neat. Okay. Sounds good. I'll take a look-see. Is it real? Is it a real actual missing skin, or am I gonna get gotten again? Oh, this looks like a real one, perhaps. What is this one? This looks like a Power Ranger. A little bit to me. Oh, I can't screenshot. Hello? Zoom out. Can I screenshot, please? There we go. Got it. This guy looks like a Power Ranger. Is this one real? Coming out tomorrow, I think. Miku from Marvel Rivals. Put my girl in! Nope. Don't create from movie. That's not the button I wanted. There we go. Create from clipboard. This is the one coming out tomorrow, question mark? Real, just not currently available. Oh, okay. I love that he feels a little bit like a Power Ranger in this. It's, yeah. Sentai skin. Yes. It's the shape of the helmet with the visor. It's really V-shaped. I like it. Yeah, very Kamen Rider. I like this for him, honestly. There's a little bit of clarity, once again, of like blues and purples merging. Focal point's kind of a little all over the place. But I kind of like this. I kind of like this for, yeah, 2099 vibes. He fits in better with the rest of the cast, I feel like, in this. And this is fun. And maybe ever so slightly more recognizably him to me, which is crazy because I don't see his face. But, I don't know. This is a better skin than this. Miku Luna Snow skin when? They should! They should! Come on! Come on! Project Sekai! Come on! Come on! Come on! Pia Pro! Please! Please! Give us Miku! Give us a Miku skin option, because Luna Snow already has one that has teal twin tails. Give us another one, but give her like a Snow Miku outfit! Come on! It'd be so cute! She could have like a J-pop crossover! Come on! I don't know. Those are my thoughts. Anyways, that was Hawkeye. Hey, sure, mates, that's everyone I had prepared for us today, and we have a half an hour. So theoretically, we can get to maybe 1 or 2 more. If we don't get to the one you want, put it in the comments, because that's where I look through to prepare ones for next time. And now I have a bit better of an idea of my pacing. There's still a lot of characters left. In the effort of not... I fear today, we looked at a lot of skins that... or a lot of characters that were on the Not
POS
as
Magik.
strong side. What did you say? Gary, what did you just say to me? What? What was that word? Oh, please, Magik. Gary, that is not what it sounded like you said. That was a jump scare. Have we done Magik yet? No, we have not done Magik yet. Magik will probably be in the running as an option. That was crazy, Gary. I don't know why you said that. Here, close these. 7 more space. Okay, I did label 5 out of 10. So, among our many options, the ones that I for sure want to talk about next week are probably going to be, like, I want to talk about Hila next week. She's got, we were having silhouette problems. Look at this freaking silhouette. Fantastic. I'm getting ahead of myself. Mantis has a better silhouette than some of the girlies. Let's see how prepared Squiiji was. I'm not going to be prepared for any of the characters we didn't talk about, so you're going to have to watch me figure out what their deal is if I don't know who they are. So. Options. Are we in agreement that you guys want Magik? Because there's also Penny Parker, who, yes, is made by Gerard Way. Yes.
Long live the cult.
Rico, I can't believe you do this. Rico, I cannot believe you do this. Rico, where are you? Where are you? You're getting punished. How do I punish you? Oh, my overlay is broken. I was not prepared. I'm never prepared. Billy, can you bonk Riku for like 30 seconds for me, please? All you've done, Riku, is give me another word I can stick into his list of words he can't say. Thanks. Fantastic. Thank you for your services to the Shroom State. Let's see, where are my blocked words? Yep, in moderation. Very good. Yep. Perfect. Oh, wait, hang on. It took all of it. Wait. Nope, just that. There we go. Bam, thanks. It's 600 seconds. Oh, that's so long. Billy! No, just like 30 seconds. We wanted a gentle bonk on the Riku, not... Billy said Riku be gone.
Selma.
Yeah, Gary putting words in his mouth. No, you don't! Not for 10 minutes. It didn't let me change it? Oh, no! My overlay didn't let me do it, period. Hi, Riku. Welcome back from the void. What are you disapproving of? Oh, also Gary, it wasn't Selma, it was Riku.
Scarlet Witch.
Okay. Alright, Gary has opinions. Alright, we will do a poll. We'll do a poll for who our probably final character is. Is COLT blocked? It is, Blaze Lighter! You better bet it is! I had like 9 sound-alike words already blocked, but you guys are just giving me more of them to add. Assumed wrong. I mean, Alive to Thrive, in your defense, it was one of 2 suspects. Granted, Mythic Shogun may jump on board with it, but usually one of 2 suspects here. So here's our options. We've heard a strong contending from Gary for Scarlet Witch, so final character. I didn't really see any other suggestions other than Penny or Rocket, so I think we'll go with those 4. We're gonna go for Penny Parker, we're gonna go for Rocket Raccoon. We'll go for Magik, who's spelled in an interesting way. Ooh, don't worry, YouTube, you'll get your poll too. Magik. And then finally was Scarlet Witch. And I'm certain that any of these fellas who don't make it just this time will get to next time. I can probably get through a pretty vast majority of this, of the roster, which is kind of nice. Okay, get that. Let me do my copying, pasting. Ooh, ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, ah. Can you see my mouse going back and forth between my monitors? Weep. Ooh, ah, as I copy and paste, because it's faster than typing. Weep. Ooh, ah. Okay, there you go. Polls, go. Pick your fave. Tell me who. Wait, I'm a Rocket main. I changed my mind. You can change your mind. Make your vote. You have 2 minutes to do so. Think quick. Think fast. First thoughts. Where to vote again? At the top. It should be pinned for both locations. Hi, Jade. Yippee. Okay, so I'm gonna eat fish cracker in the meantime. Actually, it's not fish cracker. I lied. What if I like all of them? Well, good news is that next week we will likely get to... Whoa, lag. Next week we will likely get to the rest of those 3. I'll probably start with the 3 that we don't talk about today next week. But like next week for sure, I want to talk about Psylocke. I want to talk about... I believe I also want to talk about Bruce. I wanted to talk about Adam Warlock. I wanted to talk about Invisible Woman. So they'll be for sure gotten to. But not yet. What happened? What? What do you mean? What do you mean what happened? Did something happen? Did I miss something? Halo. Oh yeah, Halo next week also. Was that it? Oh, and I think I wanted to talk about maybe, was it Storm? Potentially. Oh, Squirrel Girl. We will have to talk about Squirrel Girl. I was so ready. I was so ready for...
I'm noticing a theme with my favorite characters. All of them have alternate forms, lol.
Oh, really, Gary? Really? What are their alternate forms, Gary? I don't quite know what that means. As in they have alternate versions that are, like, evil variant, kind variant, mayhaps? I guess I'll find out. Zoo1FUR, thank you for following. Was I saying, oh, you guys were so normal today. And I'm honestly so relieved, thank you. Usually I fear when I do some of these streams that we end up with a lot of, like, barking. You guys were really normal today. I appreciate it. Maybe it's because we didn't look at Squirrel Girl. We didn't look at a couple of the specific fellas who are known for being that way. When I say barking, I mean kind of going nuts over the characters. Oh, Magik for sure. Oh, wait, hang on. Hang on, I gotta tally votes. Don't go away, hang on. 8 plus 5, okay. Oh, it is really close between Penny and Magik, actually. Hang on, I gotta end the polls at the same time. Polls are ended. Let me see the poll results, because now it'll let me count. So that's 8. This is... 6, 7, 8, 9, okay. 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so Magik won by 2. It was really close. Magik won by 2. I had to do some quick math. Magik did win by 2. YouTube always has more voters. Yeah, YouTube does tend to have more voters, and the winner of YouTube versus the winner of Twitch tends to be completely different. So, we'll take that. So we are gonna look at Magik. Yippee! Yeah, Mythic's real happy about that, huh? See, you didn't have to take any actions. Important to vote in every election. That's true. Vote in your local Squiiji election. Robbed. Just come back next Thursday. We'll talk about the other ones. We'll talk about them next week. Magik. I know nothing about her, so I will just open the rubric, because I don't have her downloaded either. I don't know anything about this girly. I've just seen this. What, her or the poll? YouTube's winner was Penny and Twitch was Magik. Yeah, there were enough votes for Magik still on YouTube's end that it did push her to win by 2 votes. Penny didn't get quite enough. Zany's emote? Oh! Wait, is that me in Zany's emote? Hang on, is that me rotating in Zany's emote? That is fantastic. The shrooms are spread wide throughout the kingdom. Zany's just a wanderer in the woods of the shroom state. That's fantastic. It's a me. Oh. Yeah, there's like a transformation thing. Billy showed me her yesterday. This silhouette. Wow, fantastic. Oh, I got so excited my tracking could not keep up with it. Fantastic. The legs are so exaggerated. It's really nice. The spikes on her shoulder are in a way where I don't think they're going to cause damage to her skull, but they're really exaggerated and adding to her silhouette. Her hair is really big. There's so much happening in this animation right now. She's kind of hard to look at. But also her horns, her big ears, her face is really focal because it's framed by this really bright white hair, and there's gold and red clustered all around her face where there's not as much of those colors throughout the rest of the design. She's neat in this form. Demon Child form. This is neat. Silhouette is cool. She's got a better silhouette than probably any other girly in the game as far as I've seen at this point. Color palette like this mostly works for me in that the focal point is on the face. I like the color variation between the greener armor. It feels like tarnished bronze versus the more purple tone of her skin. The little bit of detail of the scales and the rendering is good. Oh my god, she's got veins too? Level of detail, crazy. But this works for me. Green and purple of this sort of like desaturated kind of icky color are hard to make work well together, but the red is tying it up nicely. Wow. This works. Magik's whatever Chuni wishes they were. She looks sick. All right, I'll give her 2 different grades because she has 2 different, very distinctly different forms. So for this one, I'll use red, and for the other one, I'll use, well here, I'll use pink for this one, and then I'll use maybe like a darker color for the other. So for her silhouette, fantastic, no questions. It works for me. I'm loving her alternate form. It's great. More distinct than any of the other character shapes in the game, other than maybe Jeff, as far as I've seen, because we're hitting a lot more right angles. Most of these characters are so vertical with all their weight in their shoulders, or the girls just don't have visual weight. We should have talked about that more of the other girls, but like, visual weight, whoo, this is a cylinder. When I say visual weight, I mean, if I were to draw a shape over her, it's like, her stance is making you think that there's more, but she's just like that. Iron Man, that's a triangle. Jeff, he's at least like a little round-ish circle. He gets a different shape, which is good. But like if we come to Dagger, oh, I don't have a freeze frame of her that works. Luna! Don't let her fool you. She's staying with her legs apart. She's still shaped like this. She's got a little bit in her shoulders, but no visual weight. Where's, I mean, but like most of this guy at least is like wide. But look at her. If I were to draw the general shape of her like body, because her legs, I know she's standing in a stance, she's stanced up, but by having goat-like legs, she's going to stand differently inherently than anyone else. And her hair is much bigger and fluffier, so even if she was standing with her feet together, there would still be a lot of visual weight happening by result of her much more exaggerated pauldrons and her horns and her hair. Yeah, silhouette! Sister of Colossus the Metal Mutant, and has the ability to teleport by creating portals. For a while, she was kidnapped by a demon and lived in limbo and had to learn magic to survive. Seems that worked out for her. It looks sick. Got popular from the mobile game Marvel Midnight Sun, though her first introduction was New Mutants of the 80s. Okay. Interested to see if she seems 80s at all to me then. Her Dark Soul gave her powers of sorcery, and she returned older than she was. Something something, she's basically a girl left behind in hell. Oh no, like Aqua Kingdom Hearts. They left her in the realm of darkness for 14 years. They left her in hell. No. Some of the patterning on here is interesting. It's almost Celtic feeling. But she's got like maybe just like a little bit of asymmetry from the way that the way that she has different accessories on her arms, her one pauldron, her earrings. Good silhouette. Color palette. Very easy to make an icky green not work. Why are we looking at her skins? This isn't her skin. This is her, part of her, she's just got a duality thing where she can switch between forms. So this is not a skin, but we did look at other skins earlier, just because for them it's important to their money-making process to some degree, because they're not selling you the character. They're selling you get the character for free. They're selling you the skins. So would you want to buy the skins? So you're going to want to keep their game alive. Are they doing good character design outside of the base? Yeah. If this is the character design I get for being stuck in limbo hell, sign me up. Exactly. All things considered, seems like she made out pretty well. Magik's always had the full bangs and long hair. Rules hell now, so at least there's some good outcome. There you go, my queen. Russian, very Russian. So, silhouette, good. Color. The sword being red, if it wasn't behind her, would probably be real distracting. But her face ends up being focal, despite the orange located throughout the rest of her body. So I think the color design is quite interesting, making that green, that grungy desaturated green, and that desaturated purple work together takes some skill, and it's working for me. Why is it yellow now? Whoops. It works for me. Complexity versus clarity. I feel like there may just be too much texture going on her overall. This might be my main complaint about this right now, is that everywhere you look, more or less, there is texture, other than maybe her hair. Her hair does push you in to look at her face because there's less detail happening there, but there's texture on her legs, which is fur, and then it's scales, and then it's armor, and then it's the corrugated, almost not corrugated, the variegated banding on her one arm that we're seeing the glow come out of, and then all the layers of the metal. That metal is also not bending like metal, it is bending like clothing, like cloth. I should not worry about my rigging maybe so much. But there might just be too much going on in the texture department for me. It all being the same color makes it less of a trouble, but we could use maybe just a little bit more or less. Not more, not more, not more, a little less. For focal points, it is her face. Her hair frames her face quite nicely by being less detailed. All of the hair coming out of that one point in the center of her forehead, more or less visually, is drawing us into the face, as well as the horns being the biggest location of the red on the front of her design. Also being really only where the white is and like the mask-ish part of the face. Good. Focal point works for me. Concept and motifs. I can look at this and say, yeah, this is a girly who is doing some sort of dark, evil, hellish magic with a sword, and she looks like she's from hell. She looks exactly like probably what she is in her lore. It makes sense. I see it. She's also not straight. Don't know if it's canon in the main universe, I'm not following, but at least a version of her is with Lee of Hell, who's essentially Hela's severed hand brought to life. Is this a knight situation a la verse 1999? Is there a rest of a body on the hand, or is she dating just a hand? Intriguing. Like a crack ship at canon. Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't know. I'm intrigued. If any of the crewmates are aware, do let us know. But for what it's worth, this to me, I guess, ends up being a 9.5 out of 10. Fantastic, girly. Love to see it. This. Honestly, this is such a slay. I saw people getting into discourse about her on Twitter because what was it they were saying? They were arguing about whether or not her clothing is goth or something? I was like, I don't know, I'm not getting into that, but often I fear that I'm bored by characters having clothing that is mostly black, even when there's not much in change of the undertone. But in this case, I'm not, because she's got all these little windows of skin popping out through it. She's got her torn leggings on her legs. Yeah, she's a little more punk, maybe. Yeah, it was a very, very Twitter argument to have. I was like, I'll stay out of this. But this, for me, doesn't feel boring in the color. And I'm trying to deduce why that may be. And maybe it's because her skin tone with the torn tights adds a little bit of variety. I wish you'd stop putting your sword in front of yourself so I can see you. But, like, the metal has more of a blue tint to it sometimes. And all the little pockets of skin we can see coming through with the shining gold. Maybe those things all work for me? Maybe that's why. I mean, she just punked me with the spikes and shoes. Yeah, she's got her big old stompy boots with all the spikes. It's nice. And then for her head, they gave her a silhouette. These are, I guess, going to be mimicking more of like an angelic shape. They're giving more of wings than they are horns. But I like that in her, what are we calling this, dark child? Demonic form? She keeps the same pauldron, it just gets bigger and more evil. I don't know if I'd be able to look between the two of these and know that this is the same character without further hints. Are her earrings the same? Her earrings not the same either. I don't know, like a Valkyrie. Oh, she does kind of resemble a Valkyrie, yeah, with that. At least it isn't as weird as Nightcrawler's family tree, where his father is either Mystique, who is also his mother, or a demon named Azazel. Wait, how is Mystique his father and mother? I'm not gonna ask questions. Never mind, don't answer that. I don't want to know. Metal still has the golden glow than her other shape? Oh, yeah, I like that she still has sort of those glowing orange and golden colors throughout her design. They add some interest, and they sort of marry her hair into the design nicely. Once again, I feel like the choice of blonde they use in this game is a little bit odd to me. It feels a little close in skin tone, or a little bit close to the skin tone, but at least her eyes are in more of a shadow, so I can discern it a little bit more clearly. I also love, we rotate her hair around. I also love, do you see the little flecks of blue and pink and yellow and red transitioning through her hair? It's a little over detailed from the back because of just how many individual strands we're seeing, but I love, at least from the front, just a little flecks of color in it. It adds a nice little mwah, hint, taste of interest. Mwah. Just shapeshifter, but that, yeah, not delving into that. Is this like how Loki's mom is a horse or something? Or how does that go? I don't remember how that goes, but a similar type of situation with shapeshifters? Or no, wait, yes? No? Did Loki turn into a horse for something and have a child with a horse? Or is it the other way around? Somebody turned into it, Loki was the horse. I don't remember how this goes. Man, shapeshifters, stop getting up to weird nonsense. Loki gave birth to a horse, you know? Good for him! Loki's son is a horse. Sleipnir. Yeah, great. Good for him. I'm not gonna think about that too hard. Anyways, her. In this version of her design, we get like a nice orange color, because I feel like that's more the predominant color here. Back to Magik. Anyways, out of weird reproduction in mutant shape-shifting creatures, color palette for me here actually works. Often I would not feel this way about characters that are so monochromatic, but I feel like there might be just enough variation for me and enough detail that I'm not having trouble. So that checks out. For her silhouette, still better than pretty much any of the other girlies in this game. This shows me that they can do it. Stop, get your thing out of the way. Girl, I'm trying to look at your silhouette. But like the knee-high boots flaring out at the knee. She has a forearm guard that has spikes on it and has these claws on the backside. She's got a bracelet. This is a very Cloud Final Fantasy bracelet. She has her pauldron that's really spiky. She's got her hair accessories that I don't know if I understand how work or how are attached to her head. But all of these things are giving her a much better silhouette than most of the other girls in the game I'm seeing. They can do it. I know it. I'm seeing it here. It's good. For complexity versus clarity, I feel like the complexity of this one is better than her other form, where the details that are added are just for the sake of making her feel a little more grungy, you know, the tears in her, what do you call them, her sheer tights, and then the little bit of detailing around her torso, which I'm not quite sure what is. It's moving like fabrics. Maybe it's just that her shirt is torn up. Feels very punk. It feels realistic. We're getting touches of real fabric being a little bit more torn up and grungy. It's nice. It's good. I'm not overwhelmed. The flat black areas, I think what makes this one work where the other one didn't was just that her skin gives us those nice flat planes of low disturbance, low detail, and then same deal with her shorts. For the most part, they're just a flat color with a little bit of details thrown onto it, so she doesn't feel as overwhelming, perhaps, in terms of detail. For focal point, it is her face and her hair, because once again, you know, the rest of her outfit is all darker tones. There's a lot of those yellows, which marry her hair to the rest of the design, but her hair is the largest area of that yellow color, with all those little pops of teal and pink floating around in it, which is saying something. I fear that her belt and her chest area are distracting us a decent bit, but her head is still remaining quite focal, and her sword being that bright, once again, I guess it's fine because it is a gameplay mechanic. We should know where her sword is at all times if she's going to be hitting us with it. We should keep an eye on it. Oh, wait, this does raise a practicality question. Hang on, so for her, if I were to look at her without her sword and think about what her role in the game is, how you play her, I don't think I'd look at her and realize that she is as melee focused as she is, because we're doing like, it's not fully bikini battle armor, but it's very skimpy for being armored. Like her tummy is fully out. You're wielding a sword. Your thighs are fully, like where is your self-protective garments here? I don't know. Not that Dagger is really protective very much, but at least she's at a range. She seems like she's more in the close melee range, and her clothing isn't very protective. I don't know. Be a melee fighter at least. Yeah, I could see her being maybe like a brawler without the sword, where she's got almost like the gladiator type pauldron, which does help a lot, don't get me wrong. I feel like she should be maybe just a little more armored. Maybe that's just me. What if she wanted to serve, though? She could be more armored and still serve, I promise. Promise. I don't know if I would take points off for it. Yeah, classic style of her function in superheroes. Yeah, I guess so. Punk does give rough and tumble. Maybe I'd put it like right there. I think this is very good. Not perfect, but pretty dang good at the same time. It's hot in hell. You know, I can see that also. Fine, we see that. It's too warm. You gotta air out just a little bit, maybe. Wearing dark clothes somewhere that's hot usually isn't the schmoove. Although I guess you're not being heated by the sun in hell. It's more so just ambiently hot. I don't know. But that's a 9.5 out of 10. You can't complain about that. That's pretty good. Fun fact, this comic being known as the Beyonder once killed her and the other New Mutants cloned them and then made them guard him from the Avengers and X-Men while he made a machine to birth himself as a human. Aaron, what? Huh? We need to, I feel like this would be a very funny thing, is just collecting all the most outrageous things in the lore of comics. Sorry, wait, what? Killed her and the other New Mutants, cloned them, made them guard him for the Avengers and X-Men while he made a machine to birth himself as a human. Loki has a horse as a son. Somebody told me one of the other characters reproduced via asexual, just like mitosis, I guess. What? There's an X-Men whose power is to blow himself up once. Yeah, like, I feel like we should, like, collect all of these things. There's so much nonsense that goes in. Oh, Loki myth, not Loki Marvel. Oh, wait, is that not Loki Marvel? He doesn't do, okay. Oh, it's different. I see, okay. Set to Veiled, thank you for following. Okay, I see. Galacta, the announcer, and her dad. Oh, her dad! Wait, so if he reproduced asexually, is that her? She was created asexually? Question mark? Give me the lore! Of course, detachable kid who can detach his limbs from his body. I can do that. What is the benefit to him doing it? Do they just go back without damage? That's one of my secret party tricks. My hips can just do that. That's like a secret EG hack. Not a hack, it's also not good. And I shouldn't do it intentionally. I don't do it intentionally. That's it? Okay, that's me. That's just me. That's just my ability. What's he got? Does he have, there's some genetic conditions that can cause that. I wonder if we're in the same boat. Turns out I'm an X-Men. Turns out I'm a mutant. Bet you didn't know that. In Loki Marvel, Hela and is his and Thor's sister, but in the myth, that's his daughter. Oh, interesting. Change there. X-Men character named Forget-Me-Not, where if you look away from him, you forget he existed in anything he told you. That's a fantastic power. The power of no perception. Gone. When you see him again, do you remember seeing him before? Like, does it restore your memory when he comes back? Maybe? I mean, biologically, that is a mutation. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. I'm a mutant, but in the cool way. She's a fully armored one. Look at her other skins. Yeah, we can look at other skins. Look at everybody else's skins. Oh, whoa. Punk child. Whoa. I was talking with Billy. I love the thing that they do with the line art in this shader where, hang on, wait for her to stop moving. Let's see if we can zoom in on it. We're gonna rotate her around. Zoom in on her hair. No, spin around. Do you see how the line art overshoots the hair and is also not perfectly fully aligned with the hair? I kind of love that. It makes the designs feel so much looser. It's a fun just art direction thing. It happens mostly in the back where these elements are getting bigger, but it's neat. You can see it in, if we look at like Cap, I think, you can see it in just the way that they're drawn. You see these overshoot lines. They make them feel like they're in action. It feels a little bit, you know, not messy, but yeah, it gives us more action. They're referencing almost action lines in comics. It's neat. Yeah, do you see them around the edges of her pauldrons here too? It's cool. It's a good design touch. It's a good art direction moment. For me as a 3D modeler, I'm like, that's sick. I love it. This is a cool design. Not recognizably the same character to me, unfortunately, because we've hidden her face, changed her color palette, totally changed her hairstyle. She still has at least a head accessory. She's wearing a skirt now. She's different boots. They've just changed so much about her that I don't recognize this as being the same character. However, it's still a sleigh. This is still a sick outfit. She still looks really cool. She's definitely more recognizably the same person in this version. In her punk version of the demon form. What was it called? Demon Child? Dark Child? Something like that? Yeah. Back Duolingo would have killed me and there was that 7 minutes up for midnight. Oh, get your Duolingos in! Don't let the owl kill you. Kill him before he can get to you. This is more clearly her. I feel like the demon version could be a bit more scrungy, dirty in this one. Maybe. This one for me lacks a little bit in color interest. Where this, by having these much brighter, lighter elements in the hair, feels more interesting. I wish they would have kept her hair white. I don't know why they made it dark, because it makes it sort of get lost against the sleeve. But it's okay. It is neat. I see it. What is this one? This is just too much for me. This is too much detail and too much of things that are too similar in color undertone. I like that she's fully armored, because that's practical for her. I also enjoy the animated effects of, you know, her crown is giving off blue fire, which we tend to associate with hell sometimes, but more so in maybe the Greek fashion. It's nice. The readability is meh for me because it's all white. It's not all right, it's all white. But I like the practicality of it at least, and the silhouette is still good because she's got big old giant pauldrons, she's still got her hair accessories, and she's got a crown now adding to it too. It works, it's fine. Ooh, look at those spikes as I like rotate around her a little more. There's also adding more opportunities for movement because she's got her little over-the-shoulder scarf thing too. Why do goat demons usually have their legs splayed out? Readability? Yeah, if you just see them from the front, like if you look at this leg from the front, do you see how if this was fully vertical upright, it probably wouldn't look too different from a human leg? We read it better from the side so we can see the angles it's hitting. She's a little bit neater like this. I love what they did to her hair. Stop moving your head. Where they tied the rings onto the bottom of it. That's cool, and making it braided and making her whole, like, horned situation radiating the flames. That's nice. And then her face being the only real area where there's a lot of red happening makes it really focal. It's nice. But it's still, once again, there's too much white against white. And that is a me thing to be bugged about, perhaps. I know that worldwide that's not as big of a concern. People tend to like the more ethereal white-on-white designs, but it just makes everything kind of blend together for me. And seeing her like this in all of her white, if it weren't for her silhouette saving her, I can see at a distance maybe her looking like she is one of the other girlies who is dressed all in white, like Dagger, like Invisible Woman, like... Were there other... I think there was another one who was dressed all in white, but I can't remember. Yeah, it's okay. Kind of hope you do Sue Storm because I want to see your reaction to her Malice costume. Here's the thing. Aaron, here's the problem. So I do have the game launched. I could stream in the category of the game because I do have the game launched and open and it is here. So the loophole exists, but she is a TOS violation and I am family friendly as like a streamer. And her outfit is very not family friendly. Extremely not family friendly. Hers and also I think it's Psylocke's alt skin. It might be her. Is it her default one? Maybe it's not. I think Psylocke has a skin that is also one that I will probably not be showing. If you guys like those ones, look at them on your own time. But unfortunately, they are not appropriate for my all ages audience, and I don't want to be exposing people to that. That's a little too much. So I have a black bar cover half of her. We'll see. Actually, that is the family friendly version of the Malice costume. That's saying something because it's not family friendly still. It's still not. Psylocke alt skin is definitely not family friendly. Yeah, if you show, what are those called? Like the pubic line things? No, cannot be showing that. The leg holes go so high up on their waists that it is inappropriate. Yeah, we gotta be careful. If I'm streaming the correct category, Twitch won't have a problem. YouTube will probably also leave me alone, but I just, more so, not that I'm trying to dodge getting in trouble, but more so, my audience contains people of many ages, and I just don't want people seeing that as a result of me. That would be irresponsible of me as an adult. But, anyways, this is just her recolor. Honestly, I feel like this is one of the better recolors. It's still her. Switching to pink and purple. I like that it almost feels holographic. That's fine. This is a better recolor. There's not a lot that's recolored, but it mostly works for me. Want to explain some lore if people want to read later in Discord? Which channel would it go? Oh, good question. When Blazelighter was sending me information about Guilty Gear, it was done in the resource share channel, because you are explaining things about the character, I guess. So maybe you could make a thread in resource share about it. Like, sharing knowledge is a resource. And then people can go find it there if you would like. But yeah, so. Right on the nose, right on the money. Money. Buckets. 6 p.m. You know what time it is. It's EG eat dinner time. Joby is not here. Joby is still visiting a friend, as they were yesterday. But it's time for me to eat my schminner dinner. I gotta figure out what the heck I'm gonna eat. What should I eat for dinner, mates? I think I have raviolis still in raviolo. I still have raviolo in my fridge, but I don't know if that's what I want to eat for dinner. I have leftovers, but I could cook something else. Nocturne, you don't have to eat dinner if it's midnight, but I have to eat dinner because it's 6 p.m. for me. I appreciate that you guys watch me who are in the time zones where it descends late into the night. I'm honored that you would give me that time. Like, don't think that there's a day that doesn't go by where I don't look at the Discord and see the full worldwide spread of time zones and people mention they're watching me. It'll be like, it's 6 a.m. It's this time. Wait, Rex, is it really 6 a.m.? Oh my god. That's crazy. I'm honored that you would watch me for those hours. How early are you getting up? That is crazy. Thank you. Asian, thank you from the Asian time zones for watching me. You guys are fully on the other side of the world. I'm honored that you would carve that time out of your day for me. That means a lot. I struggle so much watching some VTubers because of the times they're active conflicting with my work schedule. It's wild to me. Wow, thank you. Funny, I generally have dinner around midnight. Well, for a while, when I was in school, when I was getting my master's, I was eating dinner at midnight often because I wouldn't get home from the studio until midnight, thereabout. Ooh. What tag do I use? Oh, great question. Let me see. I will check. The Animal Crossing villagers checking for you. Traditional animation, 3D modeling, music, video editing, stuff. Tutorial. Well, here. Wait. I can do a funny business. I can just go like this and say, this is just. It's just gonna be called knowledge as the category. I'm making you a new one. There you go. Use knowledge for it as the tag. There you go. EG, you must eat. If not, how could you feed me as well? Freaking short to even open the dang fridge. Everyone must eat. Oh, why did the... Hello, Gary? What's going on? Gary, why didn't you talk? You feeling a little shy right now? What's up? Here. Wanna try it again?
EG, you must eat. If not, how could you feed me as well? I'm too freaking short to even open the dang fridge.
Me too,
Everyone must eat.
That's true. Everyone must eat. But lucky for us as mushrooms, we don't need height to eat. We drop our nutrients through the mycelium. We are anchored into the ground. So you don't really need to get into the fridge, realistically, Gary. It's okay. But everyone must eat. Must eat, all of you. Consume. Obtain liquids. Do all of those things. Let me teleport us to another room. Whoop! Reveals to you how this is all working. I can't game capture this game. You come back to the classroom. Oh, the ink is gonna get me! Here I am. Okay, back in this room. Now I can put you back where you belong on my screen. Now you're back in my center monitor, as you should be. Housekeeping! Fast quick before we go, because I have to go eat. Housekeeping! So, if you like merch, exclamation point merch, I have some. You can have a mug or a magnet or even maybe a sticker or a shirt or a sweatshirt. They exist. They're really cool. They're fun. They're cute. Also, if you would like, there is extra credit going on right now, which will end in 2 weeks from tomorrow. It'll end 2 weeks from tomorrow. We may give you what the next assignment is before this one's due. However, it ends not this Friday, not the following Friday, but the next Friday. 2 weeks from tomorrow. If you'd like to do extra credit, exclamation point extra credit. And you can design a character that we get a 0 on my character design rubric. I started my design for mine today. Usually you guys get 2 weeks from the day I start mine. So I started today because I got through my other things I was trying to take care of. So mine has started, it'll be ready. And we'll go over them on stream 2 weeks from tomorrow. As a result, if you guys would like. So go ahead, participate if you so wish. I think extra credit has to be one word for the command to work. Let me try. Whoops, almost spills my ginger ale. Let me try that. There we go. Yay, it has to be one word, sorry. Aha, beat it too, Selma. Hee, too slow. What other housekeeping do I have? Do I have any other housekeeping? Oh, other housekeeping. If you did not make it to the, karaoke stream on Tuesday, if you were not able to make it, there is a VOD. It exists. If you would like to watch my karaoke stream, there is a VOD of it that has been edited down to contain no scuff. Hi. Oh, it's playing in the background of myself. That's me saying hi. I edited it down so that way you can watch it without scuff. Don't worry, there's still some EG yap for flavor, because it wouldn't be me without some yap at least. But it has all the covers in it because Second Squiiji doesn't have to worry about copyright claims, and none of the copyright holders for those songs disallow their stuff being made if it's fair use on YouTube. So it's there. A non-nuked VOD? It's not the VOD. It's not the VOD. The VOD could not go up because my main channel would potentially get in trouble for it, but my second channel is safe, also because it's edited, so there you go. Karaoke be upon ye! Whoa, karaoke be upon thee, if you would like. Also, Second Squiiji be upon you, if you would also like. But, anyways, I think that was all the housekeeping I had for today. Shroommates, thank you for hanging out. Let me see if I can find someone for us to raid into on the Twitch end. But YouTube, this might be where I say shroom you later. Thank you for hanging out, YouTube shroommates. I will see you tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow, final housekeeping. Tomorrow, we're drawing in Magma. We're gonna draw creatures together for lurk bait in Magma. So you guys can come, bring your pencils, bring your drawing abilities. We're gonna draw things together, and we're gonna put them into our lurk bait game and have the lurk bait game active so we can play it together also while it's there. Yeah! So, bye YouTube mates. I will see you tomorrow, hopefully. Oh, wow. Encoder overload. Yippee!